Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep, so before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel and let me know where you are from. Also, what time is it? The night was far too quiet. The kind of quiet that felt unnatural, almost suffocating. The clock on the wall ticked in rhythm with my pulse, a constant reminder of how late it had gotten. How long I'd been lying awake, staring at the ceiling. I had never been a heavy sleeper, but this was different. The stillness outside my window seemed to bleed into the room itself, wrapping me in an oppressive silence that was nearly tangible. The kind of silence where every sound, no matter how small, felt like a scream. It had all started hours ago, when I first lay down to sleep, but sleep never came. The bed was too soft, the pillow too high, and the temperature in the room never seemed right. Too hot, too cold, never just right. And with each passing minute, my mind raced faster, twisting through thoughts that I couldn't control, as if they had a life of their own. I turned to glance at the clock again. 3:47 a.m. A strange time, I thought. The witching hour. The hour when the world feels at its most vulnerable, when the boundary between the living and the dead, between reality and nightmare, is at its thinnest. I'd heard the stories. Old wives' tales, things whispered by people in hushed voices, about things that happen at this hour. I never believed in them, of course. Superstition was for children. But tonight, something was different. The air felt thick, almost suffocating, as if something was lurking just beyond my sight, waiting for the right moment to make itself known. I could hear the wind howling outside, the trees swaying with the breeze, but it was distant, far away. In my room, it was too still, too unnatural. I reached over and grabbed my phone from the bedside table, checking it as though somehow the screen would offer me some distraction. Something, anything, to pull me out of the disquiet that clung to me like a shadow. But there was nothing. No notifications, no messages, no emails. Just the same empty screen. I turned my phone off with a flick of my thumb and threw it back on the bed. I couldn't shake the feeling that something, was watching me. It was an irrational thought. I knew that, but the longer I lay there, the more the feeling grew. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to stretch and move, as though they had a life of their own. My eyes darted around. But each time I focused on a dark corner, the shadows stayed still. Just as I was about to close my eyes and try to shake off the unease that had settled into my chest, I heard it, a faint sound, a whisper. It was so soft at first, so distant, that I wondered if I'd imagined it. But then it came again, clearer this time, a soft scraping sound, like fingernails dragging across glass. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. It came from the direction of the window. The sound wasn't from the wind outside or the branches scraping against the glass. No. This was something else, something closer. The air seemed to grow colder as the sound grew louder, more insistent, as though whatever it was outside was trying to get in. I couldn't move. My body felt as though it were paralyzed, locked in place by a fear I couldn't explain. My heart pounded in my chest, its beat deafening in my ears. I forced myself to sit up, my legs shaky as I swung them over the side of the bed. There was no way I was going to look outside the window. No way I was going to let my eyes fall upon whatever it was that was making that sound. But the whispering, the dragging, the scraping, whatever it was, had built up inside my mind into a maddening rhythm. My legs carried me toward the window, against my will, my hand reaching for the curtains before I even realized what I was doing. As my fingers brushed the fabric, the whispering stopped. I stood there, motionless. My heart was a heavy weight in my chest, my breath shallow, unsure whether I should pull back the curtain or leave it be. I thought of the stories I'd heard as a child, about things that crawled into your home at night, things that were neither living nor dead. They said that when you finally gave in and looked, that's when it got you. but I couldn't stop myself. I yanked the curtain back with a snap. The world outside was empty. The trees swayed in the breeze, the wind howling through the branches, but there was nothing, nothing at all, near the window. No figure, no shadow, nothing. I exhaled a long breath of relief. It was just my mind playing tricks on me. That was all. I'd been staring at the ceiling for hours, too tired, too restless. My mind was conjuring things, making up stories. It was nothing. But then, as I was about to let the curtain fall back into place, I saw it. A figure. For just a fraction of a second, the shadow of something. No, someone moved across the grass in front of the window. It was brief, just a flicker, but it was there. My stomach dropped. I slammed the curtain shut, my hands shaking. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead, and I scrambled back to the bed, pulling the blankets over me, as though that would shield me from whatever was lurking outside. My heart pounded in my chest, so loud that I thought it might break through my rib cage. I tried to convince myself that it was nothing. I had to. But the doubt, the fear, those things wouldn't leave. They settled into my mind like a parasite, gnawing at the edges of my sanity. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, staring at the ceiling, willing myself to fall asleep. But sleep was no longer an option. And then I heard it again. The scraping, the whispering. It was back, and this time it wasn't outside. It was inside. The sound was closer now, unmistakable, a soft scraping against the walls of the room. It was as though someone, or something, was moving just out of view, teasing me, testing my resolve. My breath quickened, and my heart beat erratically as the noise grew louder, more pronounced, like nails dragged along the floorboards. I sat frozen in bed, unable to move, unable to even breathe properly. Every instinct told me to get up and investigate, to confront whatever was in my room. But the weight of fear held me down like 1,000, pound stone pressing on my chest. The scraping sound continued, almost rhythmic, and I could feel my sanity fraying at the edges. My eyes darted to every corner of the room, searching for the source of the sound, but all I could see were shadows dancing on the walls in the faint light from the street lamp outside. Nothing was moving, nothing was there. But the sound was undeniable. The scraping stopped suddenly, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. My ears rang. The absence of noise, somehow more terrifying than the sound itself. The tension in the room was suffocating, every breath I took seeming to fill the space with more and more dread. I waited for something, anything, to break the silence, but it never came. Minutes passed, or maybe hours. Time had begun to warp, stretch, bend, as if the night had grown longer, as though it was trapped in some strange loop I couldn't escape. The fear was so thick it felt like it was tangibly wrapping itself around me, closing in, tightening its grip with each passing second. And then, without warning, I heard it, a low whisper. It wasn't a voice I recognized. It wasn't a whisper I could place. It was a guttural, unintelligible sound, like someone speaking in a language that was not meant to be heard by human ears. My body tensed, and I found myself holding my breath, straining to hear the words, if they were words at all. But they weren't. It was just a noise, a sound that scraped at my soul, gnawing at something deep inside me. I slowly turned my head toward the corner of the room, where the shadows seemed to grow darker. The air had grown colder, and I could see my breath in front of me, like the room had become a tomb. My pulse thundered in my ears, drowning out everything else. I wanted to look away, to shut my eyes, and pretend none of this was happening. But my body betrayed me. I couldn't tear my gaze away from the darkened corner. There, in the blackness, something was moving. Something that wasn't a shadow. Something that shouldn't be. The shape was indistinct at first, a dark blur, but as I watched, it slowly came into focus. It was a figure. At least, I thought it was a figure. It was tall, too tall, and impossibly thin, its limbs stretched unnaturally, as though it had been twisted, contorted beyond what any human form should be. It was just standing there, motionless in the corner of the room, watching me. Its face, if it had one, was obscured by the darkness, but I could feel its eyes on me. I could feel them burrowing into my skin, like invisible needles. The whispering grew louder, more frantic, as if the thing in the corner was speaking directly into my mind, its voice crawling into my thoughts, rooting itself deep in my skull. I felt a surge of panic rise within me, an urgent need to escape, to run, but my body remained frozen. I couldn't move. My hands trembled. My legs refused to obey, and I felt the crushing weight of helplessness. It took a step forward. One slow, deliberate movement. The sound of its foot dragging across the floor was a sickening, wet noise that made my stomach turn. It was coming closer. In that moment, the air in the room seemed to grow even colder, the temperature plummeting as though the very essence of life had been sucked out. I could see my breath fogging in the air, but I wasn't sure if it was my fear making it happen, or if the thing in the corner had somehow drained the warmth from the room. It took another step, and this time, I could see its face. At least, I thought I could. It was too dark to make out any features, but it was there, just on the edge of the shadows, staring at me. My heart skipped a beat. There was something wrong with its face. It was too pale, too smooth, like porcelain. Its eyes, if they were even eyes, were black holes, empty voids that seemed to pull in all the light around them, leaving nothing but darkness. I wanted to scream, to shout for help, but no sound came from my throat. My voice was lost, swallowed up by the overwhelming fear that gripped me. It was right in front of me now, standing at the edge of the bed. I could feel the coldness radiating from it, chilling me to my core, as if it were feeding off my terror. I could see the faintest outline of its form now, and with every passing second, the shape grew clearer, more real, more terrifying. I closed my eyes, unable to look any longer. I pressed my hands against my face, my heart racing, my breath coming in shallow gasps. Please, I begged silently. Please let it be a dream, just a nightmare. But when I opened my eyes again, it was still there. The figure was gone. I shot upright in bed, gasping for breath, my body drenched in sweat. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what had just happened, but no explanation came. The thing, the shadow, the figure. It couldn't have been real. It couldn't have been. But then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The corner of the room was empty, just as it had been before. But there, on the floor, was a single, twisted handprint left in the dust. The imprint was deep, as though someone, or something, had placed its hand on the floor with immense pressure. The mark was fresh. The handprint was unmistakable. I reached for the lamp on my bedside table, my fingers trembling as I fumbled for the switch. The room was bathed in a faint, yellow glow that did little to ease the darkness, still lingering in the corners of the room. I stared at the handprint, my breath shallow, my pulse racing as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. It wasn't just a handprint. It was something else. The dust was disturbed in a way that was unnatural, too precise. The indentation was deep, the kind of mark that would be left by something with weight, something that had substance, something a living. But there was no way it could be real. No way. It had to be a figment of my imagination, a trick of the light or the shadows, something my exhausted mind had conjured up. But the fear gnawing at my insides told me otherwise. The fear that kept my hands shaking, that kept my eyes locked on the mark, told me that it was real. I blinked rapidly, as though trying to reset my mind, trying to convince myself that this was just a dream. But the mark remained unmoving, undeniable. I was not alone in this room. The realization struck me like a bolt of lightning. I wasn't imagining things. There had been something here. Something had been in this room with me. I wasn't just hearing things. I wasn't just seeing things. The thing in the corner? The whispering, the figure, it was all real. But where had it gone? I jumped out of bed, my legs unsteady as I rushed to the door, yanking it open and peering out into the hallway. The house was silent, the air heavy with stillness. No sign of anyone. No footsteps, no voices, no movement at all. I was alone, or so it seemed. I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back as I stepped into the hallway, my mind racing. Was this some sort of prank? No, it couldn't be. This wasn't something anyone could fake. Not like this. The fear in my chest was too real, too raw. I glanced at the stairs leading down to the lower level of the house. The shadows seemed to stretch and twist, bending unnaturally, as though they were alive, following my every move. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, a creeping sensation slithering down my spine. The whispers were back, faint and distant, but unmistakable. They came from below, from somewhere deep within the house. Against every instinct in my body, I moved toward the staircase. I couldn't explain why. It was as though something inside me, some part of me, compelled me to follow the sound. It wasn't curiosity. It wasn't bravery. It was something darker. Something that had taken hold of my mind. I reached the top of the stairs, my gaze locked on the darkness below. The shadows seemed to beckon, pulling me down, urging me to descend into whatever waited in the depths of the house. I hesitated. My breath caught in my throat as I stood at the top of the stairs, listening. The whispers had grown louder now, more distinct. They weren't just random sounds anymore. They were words. Broken, unintelligible phrases, as though someone was speaking from the other side of the world. It was as though I could hear them inside my head. Come closer. Don't be afraid. It's already too late. The chill in the air grew sharper, biting into my skin, sending a wave of dread through my body. I gripped the railing tightly, my knuckles white with the force of my grip. The urge to turn back was overwhelming, but I couldn't. I couldn't stop now. Something was drawing me in. One step, then another. My feet moved of their own accord, down into the darkness. I felt the floor beneath me groan as though it were alive, as though it resented my presence. Each step felt heavier than the last, the weight of something unseen pressing down on me, urging me to stop, to turn back. But I couldn't. I had to know what was going on. I had to face whatever it was that was lurking in the house, whatever was making those noises, leaving those marks. The house was old, too old. The wooden floorboards creaked under my weight, the sound echoing through the silence like a warning. But it wasn't the sound of the house that concerned me. It was the feeling that had settled into my bones. The feeling that I was no longer alone. At the bottom of the stairs, I hesitated again. The air down here was thick, almost suffocating, and the whispers had stopped. But something else had replaced them. A low, guttural sound. A rumble that seemed to vibrate through the walls. It was almost like breathing. Slow, deep breaths, like something was waiting in the dark. I stood there, frozen, unable to move. I felt the weight of unseen eyes on me, watching me, waiting for something. The pressure in the air was unbearable, and I could almost feel the walls closing in around me. A flash of movement. Something shifted in the corner of my eye, a shadow, something darting just out of view. My heart skipped a beat. I whipped around, but there was nothing. The hallway was empty. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I turned back toward the end of the hallway, where the door to the basement was ajar. A faint light flickered from within, casting long, distorted shadows across the floor. The door hadn't been open when I came down the stairs. It was as if something had opened it while I wasn't looking. I swallowed hard. My throat felt dry, like I hadn't spoken in hours. There was something inside that basement. Something waiting. I took a step forward. And then, I heard it, a voice. Clear, loud, right behind me. You should have stayed in bed. I spun around, but there was nothing. Just the sound of my own frantic breathing. The voice was still ringing in my ears, its words lingering like an echo that refused to fade. "You should have stayed in bed." I spun around, my heart hammering in my chest, but the hallway was empty. There was no one there. No shadowy figure lurking in the corners, no whispering presence hiding in the darkness. Just the empty, silent house, its walls closing in on me. I pressed my back against the wall, my mind racing. Was it my imagination? Had I heard it in my head? Or was there someone, truly behind me? The sound of my own ragged breathing filled the space, and I struggled to calm myself. It was just a voice, a trick of the mind. A hallucination brought on by the fear, by the exhaustion, by the madness of being awake too long. But then, the floor creaked beneath my feet. I froze. The sound came from the basement, from the door that was still ajar. The flickering light from within cast an eerie glow, stretching long shadows across the walls, but I couldn't move. My body was paralyzed by the dread that had been growing inside me since the moment I heard the scraping. It was coming from the basement. Someone, was down there. I could feel it in my bones. I tried to turn back, to run, to escape, but my feet wouldn't obey. The dread had taken root so deeply inside me that I couldn't escape it. Every instinct screamed at me to go back upstairs, to lock myself in my room, to shut out whatever horrors waited in the basement. But my feet kept moving. Step by step, I approached the door, my eyes locked on the faint, flickering light inside. I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears, the silence around me almost deafening. The door creaked as I nudged it open, and the sound felt like it tore through the stillness like a knife, cutting into the tension that had been hanging thick in the air. The basement was cold, colder than it should have been. It wasn't just the temperature. It was the kind of cold that seeped into your soul, that chilled you to the core. And I could feel the darkness pulling at me, beckoning me inside. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breath, but my throat was dry. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as I stepped into the basement, the light flickering above me, casting warped shadows that seemed to move just beyond my line of sight. I couldn't see clearly in the dim light, but I could feel the presence of something in the air. It was as though the darkness had weight, that it pressed in on me, pushed me further into the cold, clammy space. And then I heard it again. The scraping. The same sound I had heard earlier. The same noise that had been dragging me toward the edge of sanity. It was louder now. Closer. My breath caught in my throat, and I took another step, my eyes scanning the room, searching for any sign of the thing that had made that noise. The basement seemed to stretch on forever, its corners swallowed by darkness, its walls lined with old, forgotten boxes and furniture that had long since been abandoned. I was halfway down the stairs now, the scraping louder, closer. It was almost as if it was moving, as if whatever was making the sound was coming toward me. I felt my legs tremble beneath me, the weight of fear pressing down with every step. And then, the light above me flickered one last time and went out. The darkness that followed was suffocating. It wasn't just the absence of light, it was a presence, a heavy, oppressive force that filled the room, closing in around me, drowning out everything else. I stumbled to a stop, my hands still clutching the railing. My breath was shallow, my pulse erratic. The only sound was the thudding of my own heartbeat and the scraping, now so close it felt like it was coming from within the walls themselves. I could hear something breathing. Not my own breath, but something else. Slow, deep, labored. And then, through the dark, I saw it. A figure. It was barely a shape at first, just a blur of movement, a shadow within shadows. But as I stood there, unable to move, unable to breathe, it took shape. The figure was tall, too tall, and impossibly thin, like the figure I had seen earlier in my room. Its limbs were elongated, twisted in unnatural ways, like it had been stretched out of proportion. Its head was tilted unnaturally to the side, And its face was still hidden in the dark, but I could feel its eyes on me. Cold, unforgiving. The scraping stopped. For a long moment, there was nothing but silence, broken only by the sound of my breath, too loud in the stillness. I couldn't move, couldn't run, couldn't even scream. My body was frozen, locked in place by the terror that had overtaken me. And then, the figure stepped forward. One slow, deliberate movement. The sound of its feet dragging against the concrete floor was like a sickening scrape of metal on metal, echoing through the basement, sending shivers of dread down my spine. My legs were shaking. I could feel the floor beneath me tremble, as if the house itself was alive, as if it was breathing in time with the figure's movements. It took another step, and I could see its face. Finally, clearly. It wasn't a face at all. There was no mouth, no nose, no eyes. Just a blank, smooth surface where its face should have been. The skin, if it could even be called skin, was pale and stretched tight over its skull, like a mask, an impossible mask. It was the wrong kind of smooth, too featureless, too perfect. As though it were made of porcelain or marble, not flesh. My stomach turned, and then it spoke. But it didn't speak with words. It spoke directly into my mind. Its voice more of a feeling than a sound. Like it was scraping against the inside of my skull, leaving behind a trail of terror that I could feel in the pit of my stomach. "You should have never come down here," it whispered. "You're already too late." It was close now. So close, I could feel its breath, if it even had breath, against my skin. Cold, bitter air that carried the scent of decay, of something old, something long dead. And then, the basement door slammed shut behind me. The door slammed shut behind me with such force that the entire basement seemed to tremble. The sound reverberating off the walls, sending a shockwave of dread through my body. My heart skipped a beat as I turned to face it. But the darkness had already swallowed the door. There was no escape. The only way forward now was into the suffocating abyss of the basement, deeper into the clutches of whatever had followed me down here. I couldn't move at first. My legs were like lead, my mind spinning, my body caught in a vice of terror that left me paralyzed. The scraping had stopped, but the air around me felt thick, oppressive, as if the very space itself was holding its breath. The figure, the thing with the smooth, featureless face, was still there in the darkness, standing just out of reach, its cold presence pressing in from all sides. And then I heard it, a low, guttural chuckle. It wasn't like any laugh I'd ever heard before. Deep, rumbling, and hollow, like it came from the depths of a grave. It echoed in the confines of the basement, wrapping itself around me, squeezing the air from my lungs. My chest tightened with every passing second, and I instinctively backed away, my feet stumbling over something cold and metal. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching me with its hollow gaze, its unblinking, featureless face sending a wave of nausea through my stomach. But I could feel it. Its eyes were on me, studying me, waiting. With trembling hands, I reached out, trying to steady myself, and that's when I noticed it. A cage. At first, I thought it was just another pile of old junk. But as my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I saw it clearly. A large iron cage, tall enough to stand in, its bars thick and rusted, sitting in the corner of the basement like some grotesque relic of a forgotten time. The bars twisted and bent in unnatural ways, as if something had tried to break free. And then, I noticed the chains. They were hanging from the ceiling, thick, iron chains that stretched from the rafters above, dangling ominously in the air, their rusted links making a soft, eerie clinking sound as they swayed gently in the air. It was as though they were waiting for something, or someone. I could feel my breath catch in my throat as I realized what they were for. The cage, the chains. They were meant for me. A cold wave of panic washed over me, and I tried to turn, to run back to the door, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. The terror in my chest was too overwhelming, and before I knew it, I was stumbling forward, drawn toward the cage like a moth to a flame. The figure in the corner didn't move. It just stood there, silently, its presence so heavy that I could almost feel the weight of its gaze pressing into me. With every step I took toward the cage, the air grew colder. My breath came in short gasps, the icy chill creeping into my bones, making it harder and harder to breathe. My skin prickled with the sensation of being watched, of being stalked by something I couldn't see, couldn't understand. The cage was in front of me now, the metal cold under my trembling fingers as I reached out to touch the bars. They were solid, unyielding. I ran my hand along the rusted iron, the surface rough and jagged under my touch. My fingers brushed something soft and slick, something that shouldn't have been there. I pulled my hand back, startled, and when I looked down, I saw the blood. It was splattered across the bars, streaked down the sides in dark, crimson lines that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. The blood was fresh, too fresh. And then, the figure moved. It didn't walk. It didn't take a single step. It was as if it simply shifted, its body flickering through the shadows in the blink of an eye, appearing right in front of me. I stumbled back in shock, my heart racing in my chest as I tried to push myself away, but my legs gave way beneath me, and I collapsed to the floor. The figure loomed above me, its tall, thin form casting a long shadow over me, blocking out the dim light. The chilling presence of it was unbearable, pressing in on me from all sides. I could feel its cold breath on my face, but when I looked up, its featureless face was even closer, inches away from mine, the empty voids of its eyes staring directly into my soul. "You shouldn't have come here," it whispered, its voice no longer distant, but sharp, cutting through the air like a knife. "You're not meant to leave." I tried to speak, but no words came out. My throat was dry, my chest tight, as though the very air around me had turned to stone. I was frozen, unable to move, unable to scream. The cold of the basement, the weight of the figure's presence, it all merged together into a suffocating, inescapable prison. And then it reached out, its hand, long, thin and skeletal, extended toward me. I could feel the temperature drop as it drew closer, the air around me growing colder and colder until it felt like I was being buried in ice. Its fingers curled, inching toward my face, and I recoiled in fear, trying to pull away, but my body wouldn't move. I was trapped, helpless. The figure's hand came to rest against my cheek, its skin cold and smooth, like stone. The touch was gentle, almost tender, but there was no warmth in it, only a numbing cold that spread through my skin and into my bones. "You're mine now," it said, its voice like a whisper in the wind, carrying with it the weight of inevitability. "You've always been mine." And then, in a flash, everything went black. I don't know how long I was out. When I came to, the first thing I felt was the cold. It was like being submerged in ice water, every part of my body shivering violently. I opened my eyes, blinking against the stark, blinding light that pierced through the darkness. My head was heavy, my vision blurry, but I could tell, I could feel, that something had changed. The atmosphere in the basement felt different now, thicker, like the very air around me had become a suffocating blanket. I tried to move, but my arms and legs felt like they were tied down. My body wouldn't obey my commands. Panic surged through me as I fought against whatever invisible force was holding me still. I could feel the tightness around my wrists and ankles, the rough texture of something digging into my skin. I was in the cage. I gasped, my heart pounding in my chest as the memory of everything that had happened flooded back. The figure, the cold, the blood on the bars, the voice that had whispered to me, telling me that I was... The realization hit me like a slap. I wasn't in the basement alone anymore. Whatever that thing was, whatever I had seen, it had taken me. It had trapped me here. With a surge of desperation, I tried again to move, straining against the unseen bonds that held me. I could feel the pressure on my limbs, a force so strong it felt like it was physically binding me to the cold, hard floor. I couldn't breathe. My chest felt tight, constricted, as though the walls of the cage were closing in around me. The darkness seemed to shift, and for a moment, I thought I saw something move in the corner of my eye. A shadow, a figure. I snapped my head toward it. The figure was standing at the edge of the basement, just out of the reach of the dim light, its tall, thin form a silhouette against the shadows. It wasn't moving. It was just standing there, watching me. I could feel its eyes on me, its gaze heavy and suffocating, like invisible hands wrapping around my throat. I couldn't make out its face. Not that it mattered anymore. The smooth, featureless skin, the hollow, black voids where its eyes should have been. That was all I needed to see to understand that I was trapped. It was the same thing that had tormented me from the moment I'd set foot in this house, and now it had me. "You're awake," it said, its voice breaking the silence like a knife through silk. "I didn't expect you to wake up so soon. But now that you have, you can see what I've prepared for you." Its voice was cold, detached, as though it was speaking to an object, not a person. I wanted to scream, to shout, to demand answers, but the words stuck in my throat. It was as though the very act of speaking was forbidden in this place. The only sounds I could make were shallow, gasping breaths. "You didn't think you were going to walk out of here, did you?" I wanted to deny it, wanted to yell that I would find a way out. But deep down, I knew. I knew that escape wasn't possible. Not anymore. The figure stepped closer. Its movements smooth and deliberate, as if it were savoring every second of my terror. Each step echoed in the hollow basement, and I could feel the weight of its presence closing in on me. "You see," it continued, its voice growing closer, "I don't just watch. I don't just lurk in the shadows. I feed off fear, off despair, off the knowledge that there is nowhere left to run." It stopped in front of the cage, standing just beyond my reach. Its face was as featureless as ever, its black, empty eyes staring into mine with an intensity that made my stomach turn. I tried to pull back, but the cage, the chains, the force that bound me, all of it held me in place. "This is where it starts," the figure said. "This is where you understand the truth." The air around me seemed to crackle, as though something unseen had shifted in the room. The ground beneath me trembled, and I felt my teeth rattle in my skull as the basement itself groaned, like a living thing waking from a long slumber. "You see," it repeated, its voice low and soothing, almost hypnotic, "you weren't supposed to be here. You weren't supposed to find this place. But you did." My mind was racing, my thoughts tumbling over one another, trying to make sense of everything. This thing, it knew me. It knew me in a way that no one should. It spoke as though it had always been here, as though I had always belonged here, locked in this cage. The reality of it all began to set in, creeping into the edges of my consciousness, like the slow crawl of darkness. I had been brought here for a reason. A reason I didn't fully understand, but one that was becoming clearer with every word the figure spoke. "You're not the first," it whispered. "You won't be the last." I shivered, my blood running cold at the thought of whatever had come before me, whoever had been trapped in this cage, in this house, in this darkness. The idea of a pattern, of a cycle, of other victims who had come and gone before me, it made my skin crawl. But before I could respond, before I could try to form a question or demand to know more, the figure leaned in closer, its face so close that I could almost feel the chill radiating off it. "The truth is," it said, its voice low and intimate, "you're not really awake." The words hung in the air, and for a moment, I couldn't comprehend them. I stared at the figure, unable to process what it had just said. "You've been asleep this whole time," it whispered, its breath cold against my ear. The moment you lay down in your bed, you fell into the trap. Everything after that, it was all a dream that's been playing in your mind, a dream that will never end. I couldn't breathe. My chest tightened, my pulse quickening as the figure's words sunk in. It wasn't possible. None of this made sense. How could it be a dream? How could I be asleep right now? The figure straightened up, and I could feel its gaze bore into me, like it could see every thought, every doubt, every fear I held inside. But dreams are real, it said softly. They're just as real as this cage. The words echoed through my skull like a hammer to glass. You're not really awake. The basement seemed to tilt, as if the floor beneath me had shifted slightly out of alignment with reality itself. My breath hitched in my throat, caught between disbelief and horror. I tried to speak, to deny it, to shout that it wasn't true, but my voice refused to come. The figure remained motionless outside the cage, its blank face tilted slightly, like it was enjoying the confusion swelling inside me. It had planted something in my mind, a poisonous thought, and now it watched as it took root. What? What do you mean? I finally croaked, my voice brittle and trembling, foreign even to my own ears. The figure didn't move. Instead, it stepped to the side and motioned with a slow, deliberate sweep of its long arm. See for yourself. I turned, hesitant, shaking, and what I saw made my stomach twist. The far wall of the basement, once just stained concrete, now shimmered faintly like water disturbed by a stone. The bricks faded away, revealing what looked like a window. No, not a window, a portal. Behind it, I saw a bedroom. My bedroom. I blinked, and there I was, lying in bed. My body was there, still, unmoving, eyes shut, mouth slightly open as though caught mid-breath. I stared at myself, frozen in time. Chest barely rising. Everything was identical down to the smallest detail. The half-drunk glass of water on the nightstand, the crooked lampshade, the creased pillow. I watched as the version of me twitched ever so slightly. A sleep spasm. My heart started racing. This wasn't a trick. This wasn't a hallucination. That was me, still asleep. This is a dream, I whispered, almost afraid to hear the answer. The figure chuckled again, and this time it sounded almost human. Almost. Not a dream, it said. A trap, one you walked into willingly. How? I asked. Why me? It crouched low, its face level with mine through the cage bars, and even though it had no eyes, I felt them on me. Burrowing. Dissecting, peeling apart the layers of my sanity. Because you're awake enough to see. The figure pointed toward the portal again. Most never know they're trapped. They live the dream over and over, never realizing it's a prison. But not you. You fought it. You heard the scraping. You opened your eyes when you should have kept them shut. The room seemed to grow darker. The shadows on the walls stretched unnaturally long, bending like they were alive. Circling the cage like vultures waiting to descend, I felt the fear rising in my chest again. But this time it wasn't just fear of the figure. It was fear of the truth. I was still asleep. Everything. The whispers, the shadow in the corner, the freezing air, the figure. All of it was happening inside my own mind. Or worse, in some space between mind and nightmare. A purgatory for the half-awake. But if this is a dream, if I'm really asleep, why does it hurt so much? I whispered. The figure leaned in again. Because your soul is awake. And when the soul suffers, the pain is very real. I gripped the bars of the cage and looked back at the portal. I watched as the version of me in bed suddenly stirred again. A jerk of the arm. A quick inhale. Then stillness. I stared harder, my pulse racing. Was I waking up? You see it now, don't you? The figure murmured. The battle. You're right at the edge. But edges cut. The basement trembled again, and this time the light overhead buzzed and flickered. Dust rained down from the ceiling. I looked up, just as one of the chains from earlier began to sway. And then I heard it again. Footsteps. But this time, not from the figure. They were coming from the stairs. Slow. Barefoot. and they were coming down. I turned to the figure. Who else is here? It didn't answer. It just slowly stood and began backing into the shadows.
Sarah!
I screamed this time, panic clawing at my throat. The footsteps grew louder, closer, deliberate in rhythm. Whoever, or whatever it was, it wanted me to hear it coming. And then a voice, this time not in my head. A woman's voice. Fragile, frantic. Hello? Is someone down here? I froze. The figure stopped retreating, its head tilting sharply in curiosity. The voice again. Please, I don't know where I am. It was real. It sounded real. I shouted back before I could think.
Yes, I'm here!
I'm trapped down here. Please help me. I heard the footsteps stop. A pause. Then more careful steps descending slowly. I pressed my face against the bars, straining to see up the stairs, heart pounding in my ears. A figure emerged into the basement light. A young woman, pale and barefoot, her hair tangled and her clothes torn like she had been lost for days. She blinked in the dim light, squinting. I heard you screaming. I nodded frantically. I'm in this cage. I don't know how I got here. There's something down here with us. I turned to gesture at the shadow figure. It was gone, vanished. I blinked, my breath catching. Wait. It was just here. The woman stepped closer, eyes darting around. I saw a light under the door. Then I heard the voice. I think it called to me. In my dream. She looked at me. Do you know how to wake up? I stared at her, stunned. You're asleep too. She nodded. I think we all are. A chill ran down my spine. Al, she pointed behind me. I turned slowly. The basement was no longer empty. Figures. Dozens of them. Men, women, children, each one standing silently in the darkened edges of the basement. Their faces blank, their eyes hollow, every one of them unmoving, trapped, just like me, just like her. And then the lights went out. The light went out, and for a long, suffocating moment, there was nothing but complete, inky darkness. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I couldn't see the woman who had been standing in front of me moments ago, or the figures that had emerged from the shadows. It was as though the world itself had disappeared, leaving me suspended in a void of nothingness. I couldn't breathe. The air had become thick, almost suffocating, as though the darkness was pressing in from all sides, weighing me down. Every second felt like an eternity, my heart hammering against my chest, my ears straining for any sound, any hint of life in the suffocating silence. Then, I heard it. A whisper. It was faint at first, like the rustling of dry leaves in the wind, but it grew louder, clearer, as if it was coming closer. I could hear my name, just barely. My real name. Not the name I had used, not the name that echoed in my head, but my true name, the one that had been buried deep within me. Shud, the voice whispered. It was a voice I knew well, but it didn't belong to anyone in this place. I tried to call out, but no words came. I tried to move, to run, but my body was frozen in place. It was as if the very fabric of my being had been paralyzed by the darkness itself. The whisper came again. Shahid, wake up. And then, through the blackness, a flicker of light. A small pinprick of brightness that pierced the oppressive dark like a beacon. The woman. She was standing near the edge of the basement, her hand outstretched, her fingers barely brushing the surface of the flickering light. The light cast strange, warped shadows on the walls, stretching and distorting them like reflections in a broken mirror. Wake up, she said again, her voice trembling, almost frantic. I wanted to shout, to tell her that I couldn't, that I didn't understand what was happening, that I was already awake. But the words still wouldn't come. I reached for the bars of the cage again, my hands shaking as I gripped them tightly. The cold iron bit into my palms, grounding me, pulling me back to reality, if that was even what this was. My breath came faster now, each inhale like a desperate gasp for air. It was getting harder to focus, to keep my thoughts from spiraling into madness. "Please," the woman whispered. She stepped forward, her feet moving in slow, hesitant steps, as if she were afraid of what might happen if she ventured too far from the light. "Please, tell me you can see it too." "The door. It's right there." My heart skipped a beat. The woman was pointing toward the far wall of the basement, and though the basement had been empty just moments before, now, there it was. A door. A wooden door, old and weathered, with peeling paint and rusty hinges. It stood in the corner, almost hidden in the shadows, its presence a sharp contrast to the oppressive darkness that had consumed the space. For a moment, I wondered if I was hallucinating. Was it real? Was it a part of the dream? I couldn't be sure. But the woman was staring at it, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and hope. She reached out, her fingers trembling as they brushed against the air, moving toward the door like it was the only thing that mattered. "The door," she repeated, almost pleading. "I think it's the way out." I stood there for a moment, torn. Could I trust her? Could I trust anything here? And then, without warning, I felt the ground beneath me shift. The tremor started low, at first barely noticeable, like the vibration of distant thunder. But it grew stronger, until the entire basement seemed to rumble with an unearthly force, shaking the walls and rattling the bars of the cage. The shadows that had been swirling in the corners of the room seemed to come alive, twisting and stretching, reaching out as though they were trying to pull us into the darkness. The woman screamed. I couldn't help her. I couldn't even help myself. The darkness was swallowing everything. The basement, the cage, the door, everything was being consumed, drawn into an abyss of nothingness. But the door was still there. I don't know what made me move. Maybe it was the last shred of hope, or maybe it was the desperation clawing at my chest. But I reached for the bars of the cage again, my hands now slick with sweat. I wrenched myself free, stumbling as I rushed toward the door, toward the last sliver of light in this twisted nightmare. The ground shook again, harder this time. The door seemed to shimmer in front of me, like it was barely holding on, as though the entire reality around it was fracturing. I could feel the oppressive weight of the shadows pressing in, but I pushed forward. My hand gripped the handle, and then the world stopped. The rumbling ceased. The shadows paused. I stood there, my hand on the door, my heart pounding in my chest, unsure whether I had crossed a threshold or simply imagined it. Was this the way out? Or was it another trap? I didn't know, but I turned the handle anyway. The door opened. And then, there was nothing. No basement. No shadows. No figure. Just emptiness. I stepped through the doorway, and suddenly I was standing in a room. Not a basement, not a cage. A bedroom. My bedroom. The one I had seen earlier in the portal. I looked around, my breath catching in my throat. Everything was exactly as it had been. The walls were the same. The bed was the same. The half-drunk glass of water was still sitting on the nightstand, just as I had seen it. But there was something different now. Something wrong. I wasn't alone. I turned, my heart racing as I saw her. The woman from the basement was standing in the doorway behind me, her eyes wide, her mouth open in shock. She had followed me through the door, and now she stood there, frozen in place, staring at the room. And then, as if on cue, the light flickered. Once, twice, and then everything went black. The darkness swallowed me whole. It wasn't the kind of darkness that came with sleep, with the natural transition of night into the quiet stillness of rest. No, this darkness was different. It pressed in from all sides, suffocating and heavy, like the weight of 1,000 forgotten dreams. My body felt weightless, floating, and I couldn't tell whether I was still standing in my bedroom or suspended in a void where time didn't exist. I opened my eyes. The room had returned. My bedroom. It was exactly as I remembered it, too perfect, too still. But something about it felt off. The air in the room was thick with an oppressive silence, a stillness that pressed against my ears like a heavy hand. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand on end as my gaze swept over the familiar surroundings. The bed, the desk, the window with the faint moonlight streaming through the curtains. Everything was unchanged, yet it felt alien. The silence, unnatural. The quiet, eerie. I could feel a cold chill in the room, seeping through the walls and into my skin. I turned to the door. The woman from the basement had followed me through the portal, but she was gone now. There was no sign of her anywhere, no footsteps, no movement, just the echoing emptiness of the room. I stepped forward, my feet heavy as I crossed the threshold of the room. My fingers brushed the wall as I moved toward the dresser, the light dim and faint. My reflection in the mirror caught my eye. I froze. I saw myself standing there, but something was wrong. My reflection was distorted, twisted. It was like looking through the warped glass of a funhouse mirror, the edges of my face contorted in strange angles, my eyes wide and unblinking, staring back at me with an unnatural intensity. I reached out, my breath shallow, my heart pounding in my chest. "What is this?" I whispered. The reflection didn't answer. It just stared. I took a step closer, my fingers trembling as I reached out to touch the mirror. The surface was cold, icy to the touch, and as soon as my hand made contact, a shiver ran down my spine. The room around me seemed to shift, the edges blurring, as though the reflection was no longer confined to the mirror. It stretched, reaching out toward me. Suddenly, I saw it. Behind the distorted version of myself, the room in the mirror shifted too, the shadows growing darker, deeper, until they were almost alive. The furniture warped, bending and twisting in unnatural shapes, and I saw movement in the darkness. Figures standing still, their features hidden in shadow. There were more of them now, more than the woman. More than just me. I felt the blood drain from my face. I couldn't take my eyes off the mirror, my reflection, the way it seemed to move independently of me. It was as if the glass was a portal, a window into something darker, something that had never truly left. I stepped back, my chest tight with panic. I spun around, trying to look for a way out, but the room hadn't changed. Everything was exactly the same, except for the mirror. I couldn't look away. "You're still asleep?" a voice said, and I froze. The voice was familiar, too familiar. I knew it before I even turned around. I whipped my head toward the door. There, standing in the doorway, was the woman from the basement. But now, something was different. Her face was no longer twisted in fear. It was calm, unnervingly calm. Her eyes were wide and vacant, hollow like the reflection in the mirror. "This is how it works," she said softly. "This is how they get you. The mirror doesn't lie." I swallowed hard, struggling to find my voice. "What do you mean? What is this place? What's happening to me?" She stepped closer, her movement slow, deliberate. Her face never shifted, never showed a hint of emotion. It was like she was trapped inside herself. Or worse, like she was a part of the dream. "You've crossed the threshold," she said, her voice low and flat. "You're in the place between waking and sleeping, where nothing is as it seems, where reality is only a reflection." The mirror seemed to grow darker as she spoke, the shadows deepening. I could hear faint whispers now, distant, layered voices that overlapped each other, speaking in languages I couldn't understand. The air grew colder, and I could feel it wrapping around me, suffocating me. "This is where the dream ends," she continued, "but it never truly ends. You've broken the cycle, and now you're trapped in it forever. The mirror holds the truth that you can never escape. You are the dream, Shade. You always have been." I felt like I had been punched in the gut. The words reverberated through my mind, echoing, twisting, making no sense, yet everything made perfect sense. How could it be true? How could I be the dream? I stumbled backward. My eyes still locked on the reflection in the mirror, but this time, The figures standing in the shadows behind me were clearer. They were no longer just shapes, just silhouettes. I saw them for what they truly were, other people. Dozens of them, men, women, children, all trapped, all staring back at me. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything, but the reflection wouldn't let me go. I was bound to it, tied to it, like I had always been. The woman's voice pierced through my thoughts again, soft but deadly. They watch. They always watch. And when you wake up, they'll be waiting. I felt my legs give out beneath me, my knees buckling as I collapsed to the floor, unable to tear my eyes away from the mirror. I could see them all now. All the people I had never known. All the souls trapped inside this endless cycle of sleep and nightmares. And I understood. This was no ordinary dream. It was a prison. A place where reality and dream had merged into one, where time had no meaning, where I was bound, not by physical chains, but by something far worse. I was the dream. I had always been the dream. I tried to move, tried to scream, but my body refused to obey. I reached for the mirror, desperate to break free. But the glass remained cold, unyielding. I could feel the darkness creeping around me, closing in from all sides, pulling me deeper into the void. And then, through the whispers and the shadows, I heard a voice. It wasn't the woman's. It wasn't anyone I knew. It was a soft, sweet voice. "You can never wake up, Shad." I screamed, but no sound came out. And then everything went dark. Darkness again. I thought it would never end. There was no light, no sound, just the overwhelming pressure of nothingness, pulling me deeper into a void that seemed to stretch forever. I couldn't tell how much time had passed, whether I had been awake or asleep, whether I was still in the bedroom or back in that suffocating basement. My mind felt fractured, torn between two worlds, both of them equally unreal. Then, the silence was broken by a sound. A soft, distant hum. I didn't recognize it at first, but slowly, the sound grew louder, sharper. It was like a low hum in the background of a forgotten dream. Something that had always been there, just out of reach. The air around me began to shift, growing warmer, lighter, and for the first time in what felt like eternity, I could feel the pull of something. Hope. The darkness began to thin, and I opened my eyes, if I had eyes at all. I was standing now, though I couldn't recall how I had gotten to my feet. I was still disoriented, but the faint humming, almost like a heartbeat, steady and persistent, seemed to guide me, pulling me toward something. There was a light, not bright, but softer than any light I had ever known. It was golden, a warm glow that stretched out before me like a path through the abyss. I took a hesitant step forward, and another. The humming grew louder still, now almost tangible, vibrating the air, resonating through me like a pulse beneath the skin. It was as though the light itself was alive, drawing me toward it with an undeniable force. The closer I got, the more real everything felt. The coldness of my skin, the weight of my breath, the pounding of my heart. The dream was fading. I could feel it unraveling, but something wasn't right. I stopped. It was too easy, too perfect. What if this was just another trap? What if, once I crossed the threshold of light, I would only find myself back at the beginning, back in the basement, back in the cage? Was I running toward salvation, or another cycle? I hesitated, but the hum, that damn hum, was beckoning me, like a lullaby sung to a lost soul. My feet carried me forward against my will, as if my body were no longer under my control. The closer I got to the light, the less I felt like myself. It was as though the light was pulling me apart, piece by piece, unraveling the very essence of who I was. The moment I crossed into its warmth, the world shifted. The humming stopped. The light disappeared. Suddenly, I was no longer in the void. I wasn't anywhere at all. I was back in the place I'd thought I had escaped. The basement. But something was different. It was smaller now, more confined. The shadows that had once filled every corner were gone, replaced by an eerie, still silence that wrapped itself around me like a heavy blanket. There was no figure anymore, no distant scraping, no whispers in the darkness. Only the woman. She was standing in front of me, her back turned, her shoulders slumped in exhaustion. I could see the same hollow emptiness in her eyes. She was just as trapped as I had been. But there was something new about her. Something different. She didn't turn when I approached. She didn't acknowledge my presence. She simply stood there, staring into the black void of the wall before her. Her lips moved slightly, and I caught the faintest whisper. "You know now, don't you?" I didn't have to ask her what she meant. I knew. This wasn't just a nightmare. It wasn't just a dream. This was a cycle. The endless cycle of souls, trapped here, stuck between the worlds of sleep and wakefulness. Forever running in circles, searching for an escape that didn't exist. The truth had always been right in front of me. I had been trapped all along, but not in the way I had imagined. We were all prisoners here, and the worst part, we were the ones who had built the prison. I didn't want this, I whispered, the words barely a breath escaping my lips. She turned, slowly, her face a mirror of despair. "None of us did," she said softly. "We wanted to wake up too. But you can't escape the dream. You never could." I took a step back, my heart hammering in my chest. How long? How long have we been here? She closed her eyes, as if she had given up on trying to understand the passage of time. "I don't know," she whispered. "It feels like an eternity, but also no time at all. It's all the same. The dream, the waking, the escaping, they're all part of it." I shook my head, my breath quickening. "But how? How is it possible?" She didn't answer right away. She simply stared at me, her eyes searching for something, anything, within me. "We made it possible," she said, her voice hollow. "We created this place. We made the dream, and now we're stuck in it, forever." The realization hit me, a ton of bricks. We were the dreamers. We were the creators of this world, this nightmare. Our minds had shaped it, forged it, and now we couldn't escape it. It wasn't just that we had entered some twisted realm of sleep. It was that we had created it, woven it from our own deepest fears, our own desires, our own insecurities. We were the reason we couldn't wake up. I wanted to scream, but the words caught in my throat. I wanted to break free, to claw my way out of this nightmare, but there was no escape. There was no way out, and then something shifted again. I felt it. The air crackled, and the world around me started to distort. The edges of the basement began to blur, the shadows stretching, warping, as if they were alive, reaching for me. It was the mirror. It was the truth. The light began to flicker, and in the corner of the room, I saw it, the mirror, the standing alone. The same mirror that had shown me my twisted reflection, the one that had revealed the truth to me. The truth that had shattered everything I had ever known. The truth that I was the dream. I turned toward the woman, but she was already gone. She had vanished into the darkness, just as all the others had. I was alone now. Alone with the mirror. Alone with the truth. And as I reached toward it, I felt the pull of the darkness wrap around me once more. The world trembled, the reality I had known slipping away. The reflection in the mirror, it wasn't mine anymore. It was someone else. I stood before the mirror, my reflection staring back at me. Not my face, but a version of myself that was twisted, fractured, like a mockery of the person I had been before. The figure in the glass wasn't me. It was something else. Its eyes, those black, empty voids, gazed at me with a knowing emptiness. It smiled, but it wasn't a smile of triumph or joy. It was a cold, mocking grin, as if it had always known this moment would come, as if it had been waiting for me to finally see the truth, and suddenly I knew. There was no escape. Not from the dream, not from this place. This was all I was. Just a fragment of some larger, unfathomable existence, a fleeting thought in the mind of something far greater than I could ever comprehend. My mind had crafted this nightmare, this endless cycle, this prison, and there was no breaking free. My hands trembled as I reached toward the mirror. The cold glass felt like ice under my fingers, but I didn't pull away. I couldn't. I needed to see it, to understand it. There was no turning back now. The reflection twisted, shifting, as though the mirror itself was alive, responding to my presence. The black voids in my eyes, the ones in the reflection, grew deeper, expanding until they filled the entire surface of the mirror. The room behind me faded, the basement, the bedroom, the world as I knew it. All of it was consumed by the darkness. And then, it spoke. You never understood, did you? The voice was cold, familiar, and yet distant. It wasn't mine. It wasn't the woman's. It was a voice that reverberated deep within me, like a whisper from the deepest recesses of my own soul. This isn't just a dream. The voice continued. This is what you are. This is all that you have ever been. You have created this place to hold yourself captive, a place where you can hide from the truth. I swallowed hard, my breath shaky. No, this can't be true. This isn't me. The voice laughed, but it wasn't the voice of someone who was amused. It was the laugh of something ancient, something infinite. Of course it's you. The reflection in the mirror began to change again, this time distorting in a grotesque way, as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling. The figures in the shadows, the ones I had seen in the basement, moved, slithering like creatures too twisted to be real. They reached for me, their hands stretching across the surface of the mirror, their fingers curling around the edges of the glass. And then they reached out to me. I gasped, recoiling, but the pull was too strong. It wasn't the figures that were pulling me. It was me. It was my own reflection, pulling me deeper into the mirror, into the darkness, into the void. I couldn't resist. My hands moved of their own accord, reaching toward the surface, touching the cold glass, the cold truth. You built this place, Shade. The voice said again, its tone growing darker. You trapped yourself here. You thought you could wake up, thought you could escape. But you can't. I felt the glass begin to crack beneath my touch, each tiny fracture spreading outward. Like the breaking of a world, a reality, a life that had been too fragile to begin with. The cracks spread, and with them came the darkness, creeping through the mirror, spilling out, consuming everything in its path. You wanted the truth, didn't you? The voice whispered. You wanted to know who you really are. This is who you are, Shade. You are the dreamer. And this dream will never end. The shadows wrapped around me now, cold, suffocating, pulling me toward the broken mirror, toward the endless blackness behind it. I tried to scream, but no sound came. I tried to pull away, but my body was no longer mine to control. The reflection was everything, consuming me, pulling me deeper, until I was surrounded by nothing but darkness. And then there was light. A single, flickering flame, so small and fragile that it felt like it could be extinguished at any moment. The light grew, expanding, pushing back the darkness, pushing back the voices, the reflection. I wasn't sure if it was real, or if it was just another part of the dream, but for the first time, I felt something. Hope. I reached out toward the light, my hands trembling, and it grew brighter, warmer, until it surrounded me completely. The shadows shrank away, the darkness receded, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I could breathe again. The suffocating pressure was gone. The weight on my chest lifted. And then I saw it. The door. The same door I had seen in the basement. The one that had led me to the bedroom. It stood there, not in the shadows, but in the light, glowing faintly, inviting me forward. My body moved on its own, drawn to it like a magnet. I stepped toward it, my feet moving faster with every step. This was it. This was my chance. But just as I reached for the doorknob, I heard it again, the whisper. You can never escape. I paused. I turned. The figure, the reflection. It was there again, standing in the shadows, watching me. It smiled that same cold, mocking smile. It wasn't a smile of triumph, though. It was the smile of something resigned, something waiting. I knew in that moment that the door was not the escape. It was just another illusion, another cycle. And yet, I reached for the knob anyway. I turned it. The door creaked open. The door opened slowly, its rusty hinges groaning under the pressure. I felt a strange mixture of hope and dread flood my body as I reached for the doorknob, my fingers cold as they brushed against the metal. For a moment, I hesitated. Was this it? Was this the way out? Or was I simply walking into another part of the dream, another trap? I stepped through. At first, it seemed like nothing had changed. I was standing in a room, but not a room I recognized. The walls were painted in shades of gray, a colorless, barren landscape. The air was still, thick with the oppressive silence that had followed me through every part of this nightmare. I looked around, searching for any sign of life, but there was nothing, just the empty room, stretching out in all directions, with no windows, no doors, no exits. I was trapped again. I took a deep breath, my chest tightening with frustration. How could this be happening? I had opened the door. I had crossed the threshold. I thought I had escaped the basement, the cage, the endless cycle of nightmare and reality. But now, I was still here, still lost, still stuck. I wanted to scream, to curse, to break down and demand an explanation from the walls around me. But no sound escaped my lips. The silence in this place was suffocating, almost as if it was a part of the dream itself, forcing me to face the inescapable truth. There was no escaping. The room stretched out before me, and as I stepped further in, the walls began to shift, not physically, but emotionally. They grew closer, tighter, as if the room itself was closing in on me. The light above flickered and dimmed, and I could feel the familiar weight of dread returning, pressing down on my shoulders. I turned in every direction, trying to find some sign of movement, some hint of escape, but there was nothing. The door had disappeared behind me, swallowed by the endless gray. I was alone. Or so I thought. Then I heard it. The soft scrape of something against the floor. My heart skipped a beat. I wasn't alone. I wasn't alone in this room. There was something else here with me. I spun around, my mind racing, but there was nothing. Just the empty, oppressive room stretching into infinity. The scraping sound came again. This time, it was louder, closer. I didn't have to turn around to know what it was. I could feel it. It was coming toward me, dragging itself through the air with a slow, deliberate rhythm. The sound of its movement echoed in my mind, gnawing at my sanity. And then I saw it, a figure. It was barely visible at first, just a shadow in the dim light, but as it came closer, I could make out its shape, a tall, thin form, like the one I had seen before in the basement. Its limbs were stretched and unnaturally long, its face hidden in shadow. But I could feel its presence. I could feel its gaze on me, pressing into me, suffocating me. It was here again. I stumbled backward, my body screaming for me to run, but I couldn't. My legs refused to move. My feet were rooted to the floor, my body frozen in place, as if I were bound by invisible chains. The figure came closer, its head tilting slowly to the side, as though it were examining me, studying me. Its eyes were black holes, empty and endless, but I could feel them. I could feel them pulling at me, sinking into me, draining me of all strength. "You can't escape," the voice whispered. I closed my eyes, squeezing them shut, but the voice continued. "You can't wake up. You never will." I wanted to shout. I wanted to scream that I could escape, that I would wake up, but the words wouldn't come. I couldn't even move my mouth. The figure reached out with one long, twisted hand. Its fingers long and pale, each joint cracking and bending in unnatural ways. It moved toward me with such precision, such intent, that I could feel the air shift with its every movement. It was going to touch me. I couldn't stop it. "You are the dream," the figure whispered again. "You always have been." There is no waking from this. Its hand was inches from my face now, and I felt the coldness of it, the chill of something ancient, something forgotten. I wanted to turn away, to break free, but I couldn't. And then its hand brushed my skin. It wasn't the kind of cold you feel in the air on a winter's night. It wasn't the cold of death. It was something deeper, something that burrowed into your soul, freezing it, suffocating it. I gasped for air, my chest tightening, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't breathe. The darkness was closing in, the air was thick with fear, and I could feel myself slipping. "You are the dream," the figure whispered again, this time in my mind. "You are the one who created all of this, and now, you will never leave." I was falling into the dark, into the void, into the never-ending cycle of sleep and nightmare. But then, a sudden surge of light. I snapped my eyes open, gasping for breath, but the light was gone almost as soon as it appeared. I was back in the room, the figure still looming in front of me, but the light had been a beacon. A promise that I wasn't as far gone as the figure wanted me to believe. And then, something inside me snapped. I reached out with all the strength I had left, my hands trembling, my body screaming with pain and exhaustion, but I grabbed hold of the figure's hand. It was cold, ice cold, but I didn't let go. I yanked it away from my face, pulling it back, and as I did, I felt the figure's grip on me loosen. It stumbled back, its form flickering, wavering like it was being torn apart, unraveling at the edges. For the first time, I saw fear in its face. Not the fear of something that wanted to harm me, but the fear of something that realized its grip was slipping, that I wasn't as trapped as it had thought. I let go. The figure vanished, and the room began to change. The room began to tremble, the walls shifting as if the very structure of the nightmare was coming undone. The gray walls flickered in and out of existence, warping and bending, as though reality itself was starting to crumble. My heart raced, my chest heaving with ragged breaths as I stood there shaking, my fingers still trembling from the encounter with the figure. What was happening? Was I waking up? Was this the end of the nightmare? The space around me began to bend, as though it were made of paper, and someone was crumpling it in their hands. The door that had once stood before me appeared again, but this time it was different. It wasn't the door to the basement. It wasn't the door to the bedroom. It was a new door, a door that pulsed with an unnatural glow, as if it were alive, throbbing with the energy of the dream itself. I took a step toward it, the tremors in the air growing stronger with each movement. The floor beneath me felt unstable, shifting with every step, like I was walking on the edge of something far deeper. But I couldn't stop myself. I couldn't help the desperate pull toward the door. The light around me flickered again, and then it was gone. In its place was a mirror. I stopped dead in my tracks, my heart racing. The mirror wasn't like the others I had seen. It wasn't a reflection of the room, of the dream world I was trapped in. This mirror was different. It was a gateway. I could feel it. It was like a hole in reality, a tear in the fabric of the dream that I had been clinging to for what felt like an eternity. I looked into the mirror. At first, all I saw was my reflection, my real reflection. Or at least, I thought it was real. But as I stared at it, the reflection began to shift, to distort. My face rippled, my features melting away like water, leaving behind an emptiness. The eyes in the reflection grew dark, black as coal, and the mouth twisted into a grin that was not mine. The reflection spoke. "You think you've escaped," it whispered, its voice eerily calm. "But you've only fractured yourself. This is the heart of the dream. Shade. This is where it all began. This is where it ends." I stumbled backward, my mind spinning. This wasn't possible. I had fought, I had broken free. Why was I still here? "The dream is alive." The reflection continued, its voice growing louder, more forceful. It feeds on your fear. It feeds on your doubts. You cannot escape it because you are the dream. You always have been. I wanted to scream to fight it, to tear the mirror apart with my bare hands. But I couldn't. I was frozen in place, trapped in the reflection. Watching as the figure in the mirror began to come to life, stepping out from the glass, emerging into the space around me. It was tall, impossibly tall, its limbs stretching and contorting like the shadows of nightmares. Its face was smooth, featureless, just like the figure I had encountered before. But now it was clearer, more defined. Its presence overwhelming. It took a step toward me. "This is the heart of the dream," it repeated, its voice a low, guttural whisper. "This is where you created it, where you trapped yourself, where you made the mistake of thinking you could wake up." I backed away, my breath shallow, my legs trembling beneath me. This thing, this reflection, it was me. It was what I had created. It was the nightmare given form. "You can't wake up," the figure said, its voice now a hiss. "You can never wake up from this. You are the dream. The dream is you." I turned and ran. I didn't care where I was going anymore, as long as I could get away from that thing. My legs carried me forward, the walls around me blurring as I stumbled through the shifting room. But no matter how fast I ran, no matter how far I moved, the mirror was always there, hanging in the air before me, showing me the truth. There was no escape. The walls seemed to close in, the space narrowing around me as I ran. The floor became slick, like I was running on ice, and I fell, crashing hard against the ground. My body screamed with pain, but I couldn't stop. I had to keep moving. I looked up, and there it was again, the door. But now it wasn't glowing. It was fading, the light around it flickering like it was dying. "It doesn't matter." The figure's voice echoed around me. "You'll never leave. You'll never escape the dream. It is part of you, and you are part of it." I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't think. Everything was spinning, everything was collapsing. My mind felt like it was splitting in two, torn between the dream and the waking world, between reality and the nightmare that had been created in my own mind. "Let go," the figure whispered. "Let go of your fear. Let go of your need to wake up. This is your world now." I wanted to scream. I wanted to fight. But I didn't have the strength anymore. The walls of the dream were closing in around me, and all I could do was watch as the door disappeared completely, leaving nothing but darkness. And then I heard it again. The whisper. "Shade." It was soft, gentle. "Shade, you've always been here." I stopped. My heart pounded in my chest, the sound deafening in the empty silence. The voice was no longer threatening. It was familiar. I knew it. But it wasn't the figure's voice. It was mine. "Wake up." I blinked. And then everything stopped. The silence that followed was profound. For a moment, I thought I might be trapped in an eternal void, lost to the cold darkness, where even time itself had ceased to exist. The pressure in my chest lifted, but only to be replaced with an overwhelming sense of dread. I could feel the weight of something. Something old, something deep within me, stirring. "Wake up." The voice was mine, but not quite. It was soft, almost pleading. The words sank deep into my mind like a seed planted in fertile soil, ready to take root. For the first time, I felt the tension inside me loosen. Just a fraction, but it was enough to make me stop running. The figure, my reflection, had vanished. The mirror was gone. The door was no longer fading. Instead, everything was still. I felt myself drawn toward the center of the room, my legs moving almost instinctively, not out of fear, but out of some deeper understanding. I had been fighting it this whole time, fighting against the darkness, fighting to wake up, fighting to escape. But it was all futile. I was already awake. I had always been awake. The nightmare wasn't something that had happened to me. It was something I had created. Something I had built out of my own fears, my own doubts, my own insecurities. I was the one who had locked myself in this cage. I was the one who had woven the threads of this dream, and now I was paying the price for it. I stood in the center of the room, my hands shaking at my sides, my body frozen in place. The walls, once oppressive and closed in, now seemed to stretch outward. The air around me felt lighter, but only slightly. I could feel the pulse of my own heartbeat beneath my skin, the rhythm steady and true, but beneath it, there was a quiet ache, a longing. Wake up. I closed my eyes. I didn't need to see it anymore. The truth had already set in. The dream, the nightmare, the endless cycle, it was all a reflection of who I was. I had created it. I had been running from it, but now I could no longer hide from the truth. There was no external force. There was no figure in the shadows. There was only me. I took a step forward. The room remained unchanged. The air was still, but it felt lighter now, the tension lifting, piece by piece. The walls were no longer closing in. The floor felt firm beneath my feet, grounding me in the present moment. I opened my eyes. The room was no longer a room at all. It was a place in between, a place where nothing existed except for me, a place where my mind, my consciousness, had come to rest. The dream was not over, but I was no longer its prisoner. You can never leave, the voice whispered again. Not as you are. I paused. The darkness had returned, swirling around me, but now it didn't feel threatening. It didn't feel oppressive. It felt familiar. Not as you are, the voice repeated. Not until you see. I blinked, and suddenly the world around me shifted. The emptiness of the room filled with images, flickering memories, fractured pieces of my life. The faces of people I had known, moments I had forgotten, laughter, pain, love, regret, they all swirled together, interwoven like threads in the tapestry of my existence. This wasn't just a nightmare. It was a reflection of my life. Every fear, every insecurity, every thought I had ever had. It was all here. It was all inside me. Do you see it now? The voice asked. Do you see how it was all created? I looked down at my hands. They were trembling, not from fear, but from the weight of understanding. I was the one who had trapped myself in this dream, and I was the one who could let myself out. But how? The answer was already within me. I closed my eyes again. The world around me disappeared, fading into the blackness. It was no longer about escaping or fighting. It was about accepting the truth, about embracing the very thing I had been running from. The darkness shifted, and a light, soft and gentle, began to bloom in front of me. The light spread, filling the space, growing brighter, warmer. It wasn't a harsh, blinding light. It was a light of understanding, of clarity. I wasn't trapped. I wasn't lost. I had simply forgotten. The world around me flickered, but this time it didn't fade. It solidified. The walls, the floor, the room itself, it was real. More real than anything I had ever experienced. My hands, my breath, my heartbeat, everything was sharp, clear, tangible. I was awake, but this time I didn't resist. The dream was over. I opened my eyes. I woke up. But it wasn't as simple as that. The moment I opened my eyes, I realized it wasn't just a return to a physical world. It was a return to myself. My mind, which had been trapped in the loops of the dream for what seemed like eternity, was now free. I could feel it. The weight, the heaviness, lifting from my shoulders. The fog that had clouded my vision, the confusion that had swirled around me, was clearing. I was awake. The room around me was quiet, peaceful. I recognized it immediately, the soft, familiar glow of morning light spilling through the curtains, the smell of fresh air coming through the open window, the rhythmic sound of birds singing outside. It was real. But as I sat up in bed, something felt different. There was an unsettling piece to everything. A quiet stillness that felt both comforting and unsettling at the same time. It was as if everything I had known had shifted, as though the very nature of the world had been altered by my awakening. The door was still there. I turned toward it, my heart skipping a beat. The door that had appeared countless times in the dream. The one that had always been just out of reach. The one that had beckoned me with its promise of escape. It stood before me now, perfectly ordinary, but I knew that it wasn't. I stood up, my feet meeting the floor. My body felt different, lighter, more grounded. I walked toward the door. The familiar creak of the wooden floor beneath my feet grounding me in reality. The door looked unchanged, as though it were simply part of the room. But the air around it felt thicker, as if the space between the door and me held an invisible tension, a force I couldn't explain. With a deep breath, I reached for the doorknob. My hand trembled slightly as I gripped it, but the sensation wasn't one of fear. It was curiosity, and something else, something that told me that this was the next step in my journey. I turned the doorknob. The door swung open with a slow, deliberate motion. Beyond it, the world that lay beyond was nothing like what I had imagined. It wasn't a continuation of the dream. It wasn't a repetition of the cycles I had been trapped in. This was something else entirely. A vast, empty landscape stretched before me. But it wasn't desolate. It was alive with possibility. The sky was clear, the air crisp, and the ground beneath my feet was soft and solid, like the earth had been newly formed. The colors were vivid, surreal, like they had been painted with broad strokes of intention. Everything here was new, fresh, untainted, waiting for something to give it shape. And that's when I realized. This wasn't a dream. It wasn't a nightmare. It was reality, but not the one I had once known. It was a world born from my mind, shaped by my choices, my desires, and the truth that I had uncovered. I stepped through the door, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I felt truly free. The world around me shifted, adjusting, aligning itself with my presence. It felt like the landscape was responding to my thoughts, reacting to my emotions. The trees swayed as if greeting me. The wind gently rustled through the leaves, and the sound of a distant stream filled the air, soft and soothing. I took another step forward, deeper into this strange new world. For the first time, I realized that the dream had not been an enemy. It had not been something to fight against or escape from. It had been a reflection, a mirror showing me the parts of myself I had not yet accepted, the fears, the regrets, the doubts, the dreams, the desires, the hopes. All of it had been me. I was the creator of this world. I was the dreamer, the architect of everything I had seen and everything I had felt. The possibilities were endless. I stood there for a moment, just breathing in the fresh air, my senses alive with the vibrancy of this new reality. I could feel my heartbeat steady, my thoughts clearer. It was as though everything I had experienced, the pain, the fear, the uncertainty, had been part of the journey, part of the awakening. I could feel it now. I wasn't just awake in the physical sense. I had awakened to the truth of who I was, to the potential that lay within me, to the infinite possibilities of creation and destruction. I had stepped out of the cycle and into something new, something boundless. And as I stood in the middle of this strange, beautiful landscape, I felt a presence behind me. I turned. The figure. But it wasn't like before. It wasn't the tall, distorted shape that had haunted me in the dream. It wasn't the reflection in the mirror. It was me. But not the me I had been. The me I had become. A version of myself that was free, unburdened by the chains of fear and doubt. A version of myself that had fully accepted who I was, the light in the darkness, the creator and the creation. The figure stepped forward, its face calm, serene. "You're ready," it said, its voice not a command, but an affirmation. I nodded. I was ready. I had been ready all along. "This is your world now," the figure continued. "You are the dreamer, and you can shape it however you choose. You have awakened." I stepped forward, the world around me shifting and changing in response to my every thought. The trees, the sky, the landscape, they moved, grew, evolved with me. I wasn't just an observer anymore. I was part of it. I was the creator, the architect of this reality, and as I looked around at the vast, infinite possibilities, I realized one final truth. This world, this reality, this dream, it wasn't a prison. It wasn't a trap. It was a canvas. And I was free to paint it however I wanted. The world around me hummed with energy, alive with potential. I could feel the air pulse with every thought I had, every emotion, every intention. This was no longer a dream. It was a reality I could shape with a single thought, with a flicker of will. I looked around, and the landscape responded. The soft grass beneath my feet shifted, transforming into vibrant flowers that bloomed before my eyes, colors brighter than anything I had seen before. The trees swayed gently in the wind, their leaves shimmering with hues of gold and silver. I could hear the wind, but it wasn't just wind. It was a symphony, a melody that seemed to play in tune with my heart. I wasn't just a passive observer anymore. I was an artist, the creator of this world, and every brushstroke of my imagination brought this reality into sharper focus. But something tugged at me. A question, a doubt, a small, lingering feeling that I couldn't quite shake. What happens when the canvas is complete? As I walked through this vibrant new world, the possibilities were endless, yet there was a part of me that wondered if it would ever be enough. If I could ever fill the emptiness inside me. The emptiness that had once been a fear, a prison. Now, it was a void that seemed to stretch ahead of me, inviting me to fill it. But with what? I stopped by a stream, the water flowing crystal, clear and gentle over smooth stones. I knelt beside it, staring at my reflection in the water. But it wasn't just my face I saw. It was the world I had just created. The landscape mirrored in the surface of the stream, but now, the image was moving, changing, adapting, as if the world itself was alive, growing with me. "Do you see?" a voice asked behind me. I turned sharply. It was the figure. But it wasn't a distorted version of me, nor was it some monstrous shadow. It was the version of me that I had become. A version free of doubt, free of fear. "You've created it," the figure said. "The world, the dream. But you've also created the question." The question. I nodded slowly. I had created all of this vibrant, ever-changing landscape. But the question remained, just beneath the surface. Like a shadow I couldn't quite chase away. What happens when you've painted every corner of the canvas? When you've filled every empty space? The figure continued. What happens when there's nothing left to create? I didn't have an answer. I wanted to. I had to. But the truth was, I didn't know. I had been so focused on breaking free, so intent on escaping the cycle of the dream, that I had never considered what would come after. "There is always more to create," the figure said, stepping forward and kneeling beside me. That is the nature of being the dreamer. But it isn't about filling the empty spaces. It's about how you choose to fill them. I looked down at the stream again, watching the water ripple over the stones, the reflection of the sky, the trees, the flowers, the landscape. It was beautiful. But it wasn't just about beauty. It was about meaning. "So what do I do now?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "How do I fill this world?" The figure smiled, its eyes calm and knowing. "You create it with purpose. You shape it with intention. And when the world feels full, you start again. Because creation isn't just about filling the emptiness. It's about transforming it." I felt the weight of the words settle in my chest. They weren't just answers. They were a revelation. "You've already done the hardest part," the figure continued, its voice soft and reassuring. "You've awakened. Now you get to decide what happens next. And you don't have to do it alone. This world, this dream, is yours to share." I looked up at the horizon, the vast expanse of the world stretching out before me. The possibilities were limitless, but now they felt less like a burden and more like a gift. I wasn't just the creator. I was part of this world, part of something greater than myself. I stood up, my feet sinking gently into the soft ground beneath me. The wind blew through the trees, carrying with it the scent of flowers, fresh earth, and possibility. I closed my eyes, breathing in deeply, feeling the connection between myself and everything around me. The canvas wasn't finished. It would never be finished. Because creation, I realized, was not about an end. It was a never-ending journey. A journey where every moment, every thought, every choice could shape the world anew. I smiled to myself, the weight of doubt lifting from my chest. I was no longer afraid of the emptiness. I understood now that it was not something to fear. It was a space to fill, a space for growth, for exploration, for creation. And as I stood there, the world around me seemed to pulse with life, alive with possibility. It was time to paint again. The world hummed around me, alive with energy. The wind rustled through the trees, the water in the stream danced over smooth rocks, and the sky, oh the sky, stretched infinitely above me, painted with hues of orange, pink, and gold. The landscape was beautiful, but it was more than just beauty. It was a reflection of me, a reflection of what I had become. I stood at the edge of the stream, watching the water ripple and flow with purpose. It felt like time itself had slowed, like I was suspended in a moment of perfect stillness, where the past, present, and future were all one. But the figure, the version of me that had guided me through the dream, was still beside me, watching, waiting. Know that you've awakened, the figure said, its voice soft, but carrying a weight of wisdom. What will you do with this world? I looked at the landscape again. There were no boundaries, no limits, only endless possibility. I could feel the pull of it, the allure of creation. This was my world. I was the dreamer, the architect of everything I could see. But the question the figure had asked lingered in my mind. What would I do with it? What was the purpose of creating, if there was no end, no destination? I don't know, I admitted softly. I don't know what comes next. I've created everything from the ground up. But now, what do I do with it? The figure remained silent for a moment, as if considering my words. Then, it looked at me, really looked at me, and said, "That is the question of all creators. What you do with this world is up to you. But creation isn't about perfection, and it isn't about making something that will last forever. It's about the journey. It's about the process." I nodded slowly, the weight of those words sinking in. For so long, I had been focused on escaping the cycle, on reaching the end. I had been so desperate for freedom, for release, that I hadn't considered what came after. I hadn't considered that the purpose of creation wasn't in the destination, but in the act itself. "You're free now," the figure continued, its voice steady and patient. "And with that freedom comes responsibility, not to others but to yourself, to your own creativity, to your own potential. The world is not something you finish. It's something you live in, something you grow with, something you become." I stood there in silence, taking in the words, allowing them to settle into the deepest parts of my mind. The freedom I had sought, the escape from the nightmare, wasn't just about leaving behind the darkness. It was about embracing the light, embracing the unknown, and allowing myself to become part of the flow of creation. It was about living in the moment, not chasing after some unattainable perfection. "So," the figure said, breaking the silence, "are you ready to begin again?" The question was simple, but it carried a weight that felt like the foundation of everything that had ever been. The idea of beginning again, of starting fresh, of creating something new, was both exhilarating and terrifying, but deep down I knew that I had to do it. It was part of the journey, the cycle. And this time, I wasn't afraid. I smiled.
Yes?
I said, my voice firm, my resolve clear. "I'm ready." And with that, the world around me began to shift. The trees, the flowers, the sky, they all started to move, to evolve, responding to my thoughts, my intentions. I could feel the energy of the world flowing through me, as if it were a part of me. The horizon stretched out before me, infinite and full of promise. It wasn't a destination, it was a path. A path I would walk again and again, creating and transforming, never really arriving, but always moving forward. I took a step into the unknown, and as I walked, the world around me began to shift and change, blooming with new life, new possibilities, new dreams. I wasn't bound by the past anymore. I wasn't trapped in the cycle. I was free. But that freedom wasn't about escaping anything. It was about the journey of creation. It was about finding joy in the process of shaping the world around me, of embracing the unknown, of constantly becoming. As I walked, the world responded, shifting and evolving, like a living thing. And with every step, I could feel the pulse of life, of possibility, of infinite potential. I was the dreamer, and this was my world. The horizon stretched before me, infinite and full of promise. With every step I took, the landscape shifted, alive with possibilities. It was as though I was walking through a dream that had no final shape, no defined path, only an endless road of creation. I had embraced the truth. I had awakened to the realization that creation itself wasn't about perfection, nor was it about escaping the cycle. It was about what I could make of it, what I could bring into existence with every moment, with every choice. And yet, as I walked, a strange thought gnawed at the edges of my consciousness. What if I make the wrong choice? The landscape shimmered, shifting again, like the world itself was responding to my unease. It was the first time I had questioned myself in this new world. Everything had seemed so clear at first, an empty canvas, a blank slate. But as the possibilities began to unfold around me, the weight of each decision, each direction, began to settle in. I paused, standing at the edge of a forest that had materialized in front of me. The trees were tall, their leaves vibrant with colors I had never seen before. It felt like I had stepped into a world where nature itself had been reimagined, where every leaf, every blade of grass, had a life of its own. But as I looked deeper into the forest, the trees began to twist, their trunks bending in unnatural ways. The shadows beneath their branches grew long, stretching into something darker, something unknown. I stepped forward, drawn by the uncertainty of it. I had always feared the unknown. The part of me that had once been trapped in the dream still whispered, warning me to stay away from the darkness. That same voice, the one that had tried to keep me confined, seemed to echo now, as if it had been waiting for me to falter. What if you create something you can't control? The voice whispered. I froze. The words, though soft, rang through me like a bell. What if I was just playing with fire? What if I had created something too dangerous, too unpredictable? What if the very world I had shaped could collapse around me? But then, as I stood there, listening to the wind rustle through the trees, I felt a strange warmth. It wasn't the warmth of the sun or the landscape, but something deeper, something that surged through me like a quiet, steady heartbeat. The choice was mine, the forest, the world. It all existed because I had brought it into being. Every fear, every doubt, every hesitation. It was part of this world I had created. I could choose to walk into the darkness, or I could turn away. But either way, it was still my choice. My creation. The voice grew louder in my mind, almost pleading now. Don't go into the shadows. Don't make the same mistake. You've created enough already. There's nothing more you need to do. But there it was again, the invitation, the call to something deeper, something unknown. I took a deep breath. I walked into the forest. The moment I crossed the threshold, the world around me shifted. The trees loomed taller, their twisted branches reaching toward the sky, as though they were reaching for something beyond the horizon. The shadows beneath their boughs deepened, but they no longer felt threatening. They felt like they were waiting, patiently, for me to understand. The air was cooler here, the wind carrying with it a subtle hum, like a song I couldn't quite place. The forest itself felt alive, but not in a way that frightened me. It was as though the trees were aware of me, aware of my presence, and welcomed me into their depths. I walked deeper, my senses heightened. The ground beneath my feet felt different here. Firmer, more solid, as if it was reacting to my every movement. The leaves crunched beneath me, but with each step, they seemed to make a different sound. A sound that resonated with something inside me. I stopped again, my eyes catching something in the distance. There, in the heart of the forest, a figure stood, a silhouette against the dim light. It was me. The figure was identical to me, yet somehow different. The same shape, the same posture, but there was a subtle difference. It was as though this version of me was a reflection of who I could be, who I was meant to be, if I embraced the full potential of my own creation. It didn't speak. It simply waited. Its form as still as the trees around us. I stepped closer, drawn toward it, but as I did, it began to fade, vanishing into the mist of the forest, like it was part of the very air. "What is this?" I whispered. The voice of the forest seemed to respond, the wind carrying a subtle hum, a tune. And then, as if answering my question, the trees parted before me, revealing a clearing bathed in soft, golden light. In the center of the clearing was a pool of water. But it wasn't just water. It shimmered, almost liquid light, and at its center, I could see shapes, forms, visions, shifting beneath the surface. I knelt beside the pool, gazing into the depths. The visions in the water were fragmented at first, images of places I had seen, people I had known, moments from my past. But as I focused, they began to shift, to twist, showing me things I hadn't yet experienced, possible futures, alternate realities, paths I could take. The water rippled, and one image became clearer than the rest. It was a vision of me, standing in the center of this very forest, the trees now vibrant with life, the world around me bright and full of possibility. But there was something else in the image, something I couldn't quite place. The vision flickered, and then it was gone. "This is the heart of creation." The voice spoke again, this time softer, more distant. "The choices you make ripple through time, through the world, through the dream. But remember this, there is no wrong choice. There is only what you create." The weight of those words settled over me like a shroud. The path ahead was still uncertain, but for the first time, I didn't feel afraid. I wasn't bound by anything anymore. There were no wrong choices, just infinite possibilities. And it was up to me to decide which path to walk. I stood up, my heart full, my mind clear. And as I looked out at the forest, at the vast world I had created, I realized that the journey was just beginning. The world around me felt infinite, alive with possibilities, like an untouched canvas waiting for the first stroke of paint. The forest, the stream, the sky. They all responded to my presence, each element alive with its own potential. I could feel the heartbeat of the world beneath my feet, the pulse of creation echoing through the land, through the air. I stood in the clearing by the shimmering pool, the soft hum of the forest swirling around me, carrying with it a sense of timelessness. The water had shown me glimpses of the future, fleeting visions of paths I could take, of lives I could shape, but none of them felt final. They were mere echoes of the infinite choices ahead, ripples on the surface of the world. And yet, there was something else beneath the surface, something I hadn't fully understood until now. The vision of me standing in the forest, the version of me I had seen in the water, had been a reflection of my own potential. But it wasn't just a potential I could reach by making a choice. It was a potential that was already within me. The forest, the world, the very fabric of reality. It was all a part of me, and I was a part of it. The voice from the wind, the voice that had spoken to me in the forest, in the pool, in the moments of doubt, whispered again, but this time, it wasn't just a whisper. It was a song, a melody that resonated in my soul. "You are the dreamer," it said softly, but the words carried the weight of the universe. And every note you play, every step you take, reverberates through the fabric of the dream. This is your song, the song of creation. And you are not alone. The air around me shimmered with the faintest trace of something I couldn't quite grasp. Something older, deeper than the world I had created. It was as though the very essence of this place had awakened, had stirred in response to the music of my soul. I closed my eyes. The song became clearer. It wasn't just a melody. It was a rhythm, a pulse, a heartbeat that resonated through every part of me. I could feel it in the ground beneath my feet, in the air I breathed, in the steady rhythm of my own heart. It was the song of the universe, and I was its creator, its conductor. And then I felt something else. It was like a presence not entirely separate from me, but still other. It was like a reflection of me, another dreamer, another creator, whose song intertwined with mine. A shared pulse, a shared rhythm. I opened my eyes, and there, at the edge of the clearing, was a figure. It was me, but not me. The figure was a mirror image, standing still, calm, waiting. But as our eyes met, I felt a deep understanding pass between us. This was the reflection I had seen earlier, but this time it was not a shadow or a fragment. It was a version of me, a part of me, and equal in this world of creation. "You've come far," the figure said, its voice a melody that seemed to harmonize with the song of the world. "But you cannot create alone." The figure stepped forward, its presence not imposing, but reassuring. As it moved, the forest seemed to shift, responding to the harmony of its steps, the rhythm of its breath. The trees swayed gently. The flowers bloomed, and the air around us filled with the sweet scent of life of creation. "We are all dreamers," the figure continued. "And creation is not a solitary act. The song of the dreamer is made up of many voices, many hearts, many hands. Alone, we are powerful, but together we are infinite." I felt the weight of those words. Creation was not just about shaping the world alone. It was about connection, about collaboration, about weaving the threads of our individual songs into something larger than ourselves. The figure extended its hand toward me. "Will you create with me?" it asked. For a moment I hesitated. The idea of sharing this world, of creating not just for myself, but with others, was both exhilarating and terrifying. It meant letting go of control, letting go of the fear that had once held me captive. It meant trusting. I reached out, my hand meeting the figure's, and in that instant, the world around us shifted again. The song of creation began to swell, growing louder, richer as the figure and I harmonized. The air around us shimmered, and the world responded. Trees grew taller, flowers bloomed in a kaleidoscope of colors. The sky shifted with new hues. The land itself seemed to come alive, pulsing with energy, resonating with the music of our souls. Together, the figure said, "We create not just a world, but a legacy. A song that echoes through time, through reality, through the dream." As we stood there, hands joined, I realized the truth. This world, this creation, it wasn't just a reflection of me. It was a reflection of all of us, the dreamers. It was a world of infinite possibilities, where the song of creation could be heard by all who listened. A symphony that would continue to grow, evolve, and change with every note, every choice, every heart that joined in. And in that moment, I understood that the journey wasn't about escaping the dream. It was about becoming part of it, about creating something that transcended the self, something that lived on, even beyond our own perceptions of time and space. I wasn't just a dreamer, I was part of the song. The eternal, infinite song. And the dream was only just beginning. The world around me seemed to hum, vibrating with the pulse of life. The trees, the flowers, the sky, they all moved in perfect harmony, like an orchestra playing in unison, with every note resonating in the very air I breathed. The landscape felt alive, not just in the physical sense, but in a deeper, more profound way. It was as if the world itself had become a living, breathing entity, responding to the song we had created together. The figure beside me, the reflection that had become my counterpart, stood tall, their eyes focused on the horizon. Together, we had woven something new, something infinite, a symphony of creation, a world that lived and breathed with our thoughts, our emotions, our desires. "Do you feel it?" the figure asked, its voice a melody that harmonized with the world around us. I nodded, my heart swelling with the realization. Yes, I felt it. I felt the pulse of creation, the energy of the dream, resonating through every corner of this world. It wasn't just me. It wasn't just the figure. It was all of us. Dreamers, creators, all working together to shape something far larger than ourselves. This is the true nature of the dream. The figure continued, its voice calm, but with a quiet strength. It's not about control. It's about collaboration. The dream is not one person's to command. It is ours to create, to shape, to evolve. I looked out at the world we had made together. The sky above us shimmered with 1,000 colors, the air filled with the scent of flowers and fresh earth. The land stretched out endlessly, full of possibilities. But there was something more, something beneath the surface. There was a song that had always been there, waiting for the right moment, the right combination of voices, of hearts, to awaken it. And now, that song had begun. It was a melody that carried across the landscape, through the trees, across the sky, in every ripple of water, in every rustle of leaves. It was the song of creation, the song of the dreamer, and it was eternal. And so it continues. The figure said, stepping forward, "The song will never end. As long as we create, as long as we dream, the melody will play on." I felt the weight of those words settle into my soul. The song would never end. It couldn't. Because creation was an eternal process, one that could never truly be finished. Each note played, each step taken, would lead to another, to something new, something unknown, something that would continue to shape the world and the dream. But the song is not ours alone. The figure continued, its voice soft but resonant. It belongs to all who dream. It belongs to every heart that joins in, to every soul that dares to create. I closed my eyes and listened to the melody, letting it wash over me. It was beautiful. The sound of the universe itself, resonating in perfect harmony. The hum of creation. And for the first time, I understood its meaning. It wasn't about achieving perfection. It wasn't about reaching the end. It was about the journey. About the act of creating, of dreaming, of reaching towards something greater than ourselves together. As I stood there, the song filling the air around me, I felt a deep peace settle into my heart. The world I had created wasn't finished. It would never be finished. But that wasn't a failure. It was the essence of what it meant to be a creator. A dreamer. It was the endless unfolding of possibility, the infinite paths we could walk, the infinite choices we could make. And in that moment, I realized that the dream wasn't just mine to shape, it was ours. The song, the dream, the world. It was an eternal symphony, one that would never cease to play. And as long as we were alive, as long as we continued to dream, it would keep unfolding, keep evolving, keep resonating through time and space. And I was part of it. We all were. I turned to the figure beside me, a smile tugging at my lips. "What now?" I asked. The figure smiled in return, a serene, knowing expression. "Now," it said, "we keep dreaming." The moment of stillness stretched on for what felt like eternity. In that peaceful pause, I could feel the universe itself holding its breath, waiting for the next note, the next word, the next step. Everything was in perfect harmony, but there was something deeper still. A tension, a quiet understanding that creation was a constant act, a dynamic pulse of movement. The landscape around me had calmed, settled, but it was far from static. It was only waiting, like a canvas waiting for the artist's next stroke. And I was the artist. But I was also the paint, the brush, the canvas. Everything was intertwined, inseparable. a symphony with no end, a song that spiraled infinitely outward in all directions. The figure beside me, this mirror of myself, stood in silence, its eyes watching the horizon. It wasn't an unsettling feeling anymore, this reflection. It was an affirmation, an echo of something I had always known, but had never truly understood. "What do you hear?" the figure asked, its voice cutting through the stillness like a soft breeze. The question didn't come with urgency, just with a quiet patience, like it had been waiting for me to truly listen. I closed my eyes, trying to hear past the rustling of the trees, the hum of the world around me. The song was still there, but it was more than just a sound. It was an undercurrent, a vibration that thrummed through every fiber of my being. It was the breath of the world, the pulse of life, the heartbeat of the dream itself. It was everything. "The song," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "It's everywhere. It's in the wind, the trees, the earth beneath my feet, the stars above. It's in the very air we breathe." The figure nodded, its face serene, peaceful. "Exactly. The song is not just in the creation. It is the creation." I opened my eyes, finally understanding what the figure meant. The song wasn't something that was played outside of me, something separate from me. It was inside of me, and it was inside everything around me. The dream I had created, this world, this reality, was not a singular entity. It was an infinite web, a network of consciousnesses, each one vibrating in tune with the others. Every part of this dream, every inch of the landscape, was a note in the eternal song, and I, too, was part of it. We all were. And you can hear it now. The figure continued, because you are attuned to it. You have awakened to its melody. But there is more to hear, more to see, more to create. I looked around me, my heart racing as I felt the power of the song surge within me. It wasn't just a metaphor anymore. The song was real. It was the very lifeblood of this world. And as I stood in the center of it, surrounded by the forest, the flowers, the trees, the rivers, I knew that I was not alone. This was not just my creation. It was ours, the collective song of all who dream. "There is no end to the song," the figure said softly, as if reading my thoughts. "It will evolve. It will change. It will grow." I felt a surge of emotion flood through me. It wasn't fear anymore. It was something deeper, something more profound. It was the realization that, in this place, in this world, I was free. I was not bound by time. I was not bound by limitations. I could create, yes, but I could also become. "What happens when the song is finished?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. The figure smiled gently. "It is never finished. The song can never truly be finished, because it is always being rewritten, always changing. Each note leads to the next, and the next, and the next. It is not a straight line, but a spiral, a circle." The figure extended its hand toward me. "You see now, don't you? The creation, the dream, it is a continuous act. It doesn't end, and neither do you." I reached out and took the figure's hand, and when our fingers touched, I felt a rush of energy flow between us. It was like a current, a bond, a connection to something much larger than myself. I could feel it, the infinite pulse of creation, moving through us. Through me, the landscape around us began to shift again. It wasn't violent or abrupt, it was gentle, like a song reaching its next crescendo, building on the notes that had come before it. The trees in the distance began to grow taller, their branches reaching for the sky. The flowers bloomed with vivid colors, but now they seemed to move with purpose, shifting in rhythm with the song. The very air seemed to shimmer, resonating with the pulse of the world. "This is the next step," the figure said softly. "You've begun to see the truth, the dream, the song. It is not something you control. It is something you become part of. And when you become part of it, you shape it. But you also let it shape you." I closed my eyes, letting the sensation of the world's pulse fill me. Let it resonate through my body. There were no boundaries, no limits, I wasn't just creating the world around me, I was becoming the world. As I stood there, connected to the song, I understood something deeper. The dream wasn't just an abstract concept. It was the essence of everything. The world, the trees, the sky, the rivers, the creatures, all of it was part of the song. All of it was part of the dream. And wait, I was part of it. Are you ready to step forward? The figure asked, its voice a soothing melody. I nodded, feeling the weight of the question settle into me. I wasn't afraid anymore. I wasn't worried about the unknown. There was nothing to fear, nothing to escape. The dream, the song, was not something I could control. It was something I had become. I had always been a part of it. I took a step forward, and as I did, the world around me shifted. It wasn't just a physical change. The air thickened with possibility. The ground beneath me seemed to respond to my every thought, to my every step. The landscape changed with me. Trees blossomed where my feet touched, flowers bloomed, and the sky above shifted, dancing with new colors. This is just the beginning, the figure said, its voice no longer distant, but intimate, as though it were part of me. You are the dreamer, and the world is yours to create, to shape, to live in. I felt the song swell inside me. A crescendo of creation, a symphony of life. I was not just part of this world. I was the pulse that moved it. The dream wasn't something I had to complete. It was something I was always becoming. I looked around me, the world expanding with every thought, every choice, every breath I took. The path ahead was endless, but I was no longer afraid. The song was infinite, and so was I. And as I moved forward, the dream began again. The world expanded with each step I took, like a symphony unfolding before me, each note, each melody, each rhythm echoing through the very fabric of existence. The air was thick with potential, every breath I took feeding into the song, intertwining with the energy that pulsed through everything. The trees, the rivers, the sky, all of it moved, shifted, adapted to the rhythm of the world. And with every shift, I could feel the landscape responding to my presence, becoming more than just a reflection of my thoughts. It was now a partner, a companion in this eternal dance of creation. The figure, the mirror version of myself, still stood beside me, though now it felt less like a separate being and more like an extension of my own soul. We were connected, intertwined in this symbiotic relationship of creation. Its presence was no longer an echo or a reflection. It was me, just as much as I was it. Are you ready? The figure asked, but its voice not in words, but in the same melody that resonated through the very air. I didn't answer immediately. I didn't need to. The question wasn't about readiness. It was about something deeper. The question was about embracing the infinite possibilities ahead, about accepting the fact that I was no longer just a creator of this world. I was a part of it, a thread woven into the endless tapestry of creation. I am ready, I said finally, my voice steady, a quiet determination in my heart. The words felt real, as if they too were notes in the symphony. We stood there together, the world around us shifting, forming into new shapes, new possibilities. But this time, it wasn't just the landscape that was changing. I felt it deep within me. My thoughts, my desires, my very essence was shifting, bending, stretching with the melody of the universe. The world wasn't just something I shaped, it was something I became. The figure beside me stepped forward, and as it did, the ground beneath us rippled, forming into an intricate dance of light and color. The sky above began to swirl, painting itself with hues of purple, gold, and blue, like the universe itself was dancing to the music we had created. The landscape around us stretched and unfolded, becoming more complex, more intricate with every step we took. This is the dance of the dreamers, the figure said, its voice now a harmonious note in the vast symphony. It is not about what you create, but how you move with it, how you evolve with it. The world, the song, the dream, they are all in constant motion. and we, the dreamers, are the rhythm that keeps it alive. I closed my eyes and allowed myself to be carried away by the song. I let the rhythm flow through me, felt the pulse of the world within me like a heartbeat in sync with my own. And then, without thinking, I stepped forward. The moment my foot touched the ground, the world responded, and the trees began to sway in time with the music. The flowers bloomed, their petals opening in perfect harmony with the rhythm. It was a dance of creation, of transformation, of infinite possibilities. And as I moved, the world moved with me. I could feel it like a living thing, adapting, evolving with every step I took. The ground beneath me shifted, becoming a path of light, leading me forward into the heart of the dream. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. The song was pulling me forward, guiding me towards something I couldn't quite understand, but something I knew I had to reach. The figure beside me was no longer just a mirror of myself. It was a partner, a companion in this endless dance. "We are not alone in this," the figure said, its voice a gentle reminder. "There are others, too, who dance. They are the other dreamers, the ones whose songs intertwine with ours, creating the endless melody of the universe. And as we move, we draw them in. We invite them to join us in the creation." I smiled. The realization washed over me like a wave. I wasn't alone. I had never been alone. The dance of creation was never a solitary act. It was a shared experience, a communion of dreamers, each one adding their voice to the song, each one shaping the world with their own rhythm. The world around us began to shift once more. The landscape expanded, and I could feel it. Feel the presence of other dreamers, their songs mingling with mine, their rhythms intertwining with the beat of the world. It was no longer just the trees, the flowers, the sky that moved with me. The very fabric of the universe responded, vibrating with the collective pulse of all the dreamers who had ever existed. The air was thick with their presence, and I could feel them, each one of them, adding their own unique melody to the song. The dreamers were everywhere, their presence subtle but undeniable, like threads weaving through the fabric of existence. "We are all part of it," I whispered to the figure beside me. "We are all creating this together." The figure smiled, its expression filled with quiet understanding. "Yes, we are." And as I stood there, in the heart of the dream, surrounded by the music of creation, I realized that this was what it meant to be truly free. To be part of something larger than myself, to be woven into the song of the universe, to be both a creator and a creation. The dance of the dreamers had no end. It was eternal. It was infinite. And it was beautiful. The world stretched before me, vibrant and ever, changing like a living painting unfolding at the brushstrokes of my thoughts. The rhythm of creation pulsed through the very air, a song that reverberated in the ground beneath my feet and the sky above me. Everything was in perfect harmony, and yet, in this vast symphony, I felt like the center, the conductor. My every step, my every breath shaped the world. But the more I moved, the more I began to feel the depth of what this eternal dance meant. It wasn't just about creation. It was about understanding that every step I took, every note I played, was part of a larger, infinitely expanding melody. A song that had been going on long before I had ever entered this dream, and yet I was part of it. A note in an endless chorus, echoing through time and space. The trees whispered in the wind, the ground hummed beneath me, and the sky responded in a kaleidoscope of colors that only deepened with every new note. It was overwhelming, intoxicating, and yet it felt entirely natural. I was part of this world. I was shaping it, yes, but I was also being shaped by it. "Do you hear it?" the figure beside me asked. Its voice was now a soft melody, harmonizing with the world around us. The song isn't just something you create. It's something that lives through you. A pulse that connects everything, even the things that seem distant, disconnected. Every part of this world, every person, every thought, every dream, is a note in the song, and the song doesn't end when we stop playing. I nodded slowly, still absorbing the weight of what the figure had said. The song didn't end. Even if I were to stop, even if every dreamer were to fall silent, the song would continue. It wasn't about stopping or starting. It was about being in it, about moving with it. I closed my eyes for a moment, feeling the beat of the world resonate in my chest, a steady rhythm that kept time with my heart. I could feel the presence of other dreamers, even if they weren't physically here with me. Their presence, their songs, their creations echoed through the fabric of this reality. Every part of the world, every tree, every mountain, every river, was a note in the great, unbroken melody. And what happens if we stop creating? I asked, my voice barely more than a breath. The figure paused. There is no stopping, Shad. There is no end. Creation doesn't work like that. You cannot stop creating any more than you can stop breathing. It's part of you, part of everyone. And when one dreamer stops, another rises, another song is born. The music flows endlessly, eternally, because it is life itself. It's the heartbeat of existence. A strange sensation washed over me, both exhilarating and humbling. This world, this dream, it wasn't just something I could control, it was something that controlled me, too. We were in this together. The rhythm of creation, of life, of existence. It was infinite, boundless. I had only just begun to understand it. The figure turned toward me, its gaze serene but knowing. You've already taken the first step. Shade. But now, you must ask yourself, what will you create next? The question hung in the air, like a chord waiting to be played. What would I create next? The world around me had already transformed into something beautiful, alive with color and sound, yet I knew that there was more to be done. I wasn't finished. Not yet. I want to share this song, I said, a sudden clarity sweeping through me. I want others to hear it, to feel it, to understand that they, too, are part of it. The figure nodded, its expression glowing with pride. Yes, share the song. Let others hear it, feel it, create with it. The more you share the song, the richer it becomes, the more it grows. And when others join in, they too become part of the symphony. The landscape around us responded once again, the trees swaying to a new rhythm, the flowers opening like a chorus, the sky deepening into a rich, luminous shade of violet. It was as though the world was celebrating my realization. The world itself was alive and echoing back my intention. I reached out, letting my hand touch the bark of a nearby tree. As I did, the tree seemed to pulse under my fingers, its branches stretching higher, its leaves turning to silver, then gold. The air around us shimmered with light, and a gentle breeze carried the sound of an invisible choir singing in harmony. The world was not just alive, it was responsive, ever changing, ever growing. I smiled, feeling a deep connection to the land, to the dream, and to every heartbeat that resonated in the world. I was not alone. I would never be alone. There were others who could hear the song, others who were just waiting for their moment to join in. The universe, the dream, it was a collaboration, a connection between all who dreamed, all who created. I turned to the figure beside me, my heart full of a deep, unshakable joy. Thank you, I said, my voice soft but filled with gratitude. The figure smiled, its face serene, its eyes filled with an infinite understanding. The song was always there, Shade. You just needed to hear it. Now that you've joined in, you will never be alone. I stood there, my heart swelling with the realization that the dream, the song, was not just mine to play. It was everyone's to sing. And as long as there were dreamers, there would always be music, always be life, always be creation. The journey never ends, the figure said, its voice a warm, steady hum. Creation is an eternal song, and as long as you're alive, as long as you're dreaming, it will continue. It's up to you now. Keep playing, keep creating, and share it with the world. And as you do, the song will become richer, deeper, more beautiful. because creation, just like the dream, is infinite. I nodded, feeling the music swell inside me, growing louder, brighter, more intricate. It was beautiful, impossible to put into words. It was the essence of life itself. I took another step forward, my heart racing as the world responded to my movement. The trees danced, the flowers sang, and the sky shifted with every breath I took. I was not just a part of the song anymore. I was the song, and with each step I took, the world grew richer, more vibrant, more full of life. The dream was eternal, and so was the music. The melody had no end. The rhythm of the world pulsed through me, vibrating in my bones. In the very marrow of my soul, it was a resonance that tied me to everything, a song of such depth and beauty that it was impossible to ignore. Each step I took, each thought I had, created ripples in the fabric of existence, sending waves of harmony out into the world. The landscape shifted with every note, responding not just to me, but to the deep pulse of creation that flowed through everything around me. The sky, still bathed in hues of gold and violet, shimmered with soft, undulating waves. The trees swayed with the rhythm of the song, their branches reaching upward, their leaves a swirling symphony of color. The flowers on the ground blossomed in time with my breath, their petals unfurling like dancers on an invisible stage. I wasn't just walking through the dream anymore. I wasn't just creating it. I was becoming it. My every action, every thought, every intention became part of the harmony, part of the endless melody. And the more I embraced it, the more the world around me responded, becoming richer, more intricate, more full of life. The figure beside me, my reflection, my counterpart, was still there. It moved with me, each of us flowing in sync with the song, partners in the dance of creation. The dream is alive, the figure said, its voice like a soft echo in the wind. It doesn't exist because of you alone. It exists because of the infinite connections between dreamers, between all who create. When one dreamer adds their voice to the song, it amplifies the melody. When many add their voices, it harmonizes into something beautiful, something greater than the sum of its parts. I looked out at the world, feeling the weight of the figure's words. The realization had struck me fully now. I wasn't alone in this creation. Every part of this world, every leaf, every cloud, every whisper of wind was interconnected, woven together by the dreamers, by the creators who had come before me and those who would come after. The song was never just mine to create. It was ours. The beauty of the dream is that it will always evolve. The figure continued. It's not a static thing. It's not a fixed image. It's a living, breathing symphony, ever changing, ever growing. The more you play, the more the song grows. And as you share it, others add their own notes, their own melody. It becomes an infinite, ever expanding harmony. I felt the truth of those words in every fiber of my being. The song would never end. The moment I realized that creation was a constant, ongoing process, I understood the true nature of this world. It wasn't something that could be controlled or confined. It wasn't something that could be finished. It was something that needed to be lived. It was life itself. And as the figure spoke, I felt the call of the dreamers, those who had not yet awakened to their own song, those who had not yet joined the great symphony of creation. I could feel them waiting, ready to add their voices, to bring their own unique harmonies into the world. You are not alone. The figure said, its tone now both gentle and knowing. There are others who dream, others who create, and when their voices join with yours, the song will grow even more beautiful. I closed my eyes, letting the melody of the world wash over me. I could hear the whispers of the dreamers, scattered across the vast expanse of existence. Their voices were faint, distant, but they were there. I could feel them reaching out, waiting for their moment to be heard. And I realized that I could help them hear the song. The wind began to stir, the leaves trembling in response to my thoughts. I opened my eyes, and before me, a path began to form, one that wasn't physically visible, but one that I could feel. It was a path that led toward the dreamers, toward those who needed to hear the song, who needed to add their own unique notes to the eternal symphony. I turned to the figure, the reflection of myself. How do I guide them? How do I help them hear it? I asked. The figure smiled, its face serene and wise. You've already begun, it said. Every step you take, every choice you make is a note in the song. And the more you walk, the more others will hear it. The more you create, the more they will see the path. But you must keep walking, Shad. You must keep dreaming, for when you do, you will show them that they are not alone. I stood still for a moment, allowing the weight of those words to settle into my heart. The song was not something to be hoarded. It was something to be shared, something to be lived. The dreamers were not isolated, alone in their own little worlds. They were part of this vast, intricate network of creation, connected by the song that vibrated through everything. And I had a role to play in helping them hear it. I stepped forward, letting the rhythm of creation guide me. The path ahead was not a clear, defined one. It was a path made of possibilities, of potential. Each step I took would shape the world, would help the dreamers hear their own song. And as I walked, the world responded, shifting, evolving, expanding. The sky brightened with each movement. The flowers swayed in time with my steps, and the trees whispered in harmony. The song was growing, becoming richer, more intricate, as more voices joined in. And as I moved, I felt the presence of the dreamers who had yet to wake, their souls stretching out toward the melody, reaching for the connection, waiting to add their voices. You see, the figure said, now walking beside me, the dream is not a solitary thing. It is a symphony, and as long as you walk, as long as you create, others will hear it. Others will join in, and the song will continue, ever expanding, ever growing. I smiled, my heart full. I had always feared being alone. I had always feared that my creations would be lost, that they wouldn't matter. But now I knew the truth. The song would never stop. It would never end. It would only grow richer with every note, with every dreamer who joined in. And I would keep walking, because the song was infinite. As I walked through the world, the melody of creation reverberated with each step, growing richer, more vibrant. The landscape around me seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the song, shifting and evolving as though it were alive, responding to the heartbeat of existence. The trees swayed in perfect harmony with the winds. The rivers flowed with a steady beat, and the sky above shifted through hues of radiant colors, like the backdrop to an ever-expanding symphony. I moved forward, but now I wasn't just creating for myself. I wasn't just playing the song for my own benefit. I had come to understand that the melody was not mine alone. It belonged to everyone. It was woven into every soul, every dreamer, every creation. And as I walked, I could feel the vibrations of those distant dreamers, the ones who had yet to hear the song, the ones whose voices had not yet joined the eternal chorus. The path ahead is not just yours to walk, the figure beside me said. Its voice, like a calm and steady undertone to the symphony of creation, resonated with understanding. It's the path of the dreamers, all of them. And the more you move, the more you will see how their paths weave together, how they intertwine with yours. I looked around me. The path ahead wasn't just a simple road, it was a tapestry, a vast, intricate weaving of possibilities, choices, and connections. The land shifted, revealing threads of light and energy weaving through the trees, the rivers, and the sky. Each thread represented a dreamer, a person whose song was part of the infinite melody. Some of the threads were bright, vivid, pulling toward the center of the song. Others were faint, quieter, waiting to join in. The tapestry of dreamers is endless. The figure continued. Every dreamer who awakens, every heart that beats in tune with the song, becomes part of this great weave. Each step you take, Each choice you make shifts the world, shifts the song, and brings more voices into the chorus. And when the dreamers' songs align, when their paths intertwine, the song becomes richer, more beautiful. I stopped for a moment, letting the figure's words sink in. The realization was both humbling and awe-inspiring. The dream, the song, the world, it wasn't something I controlled. It was a living, breathing tapestry woven from the dreams of every soul. I was part of it, yes, but I was not alone. We were all dreamers, all creators, and our paths crossed and intertwined in ways that I could barely comprehend. Every voice added depth to the song. Every soul contributed to the eternal melody of existence. Do you see now? The figure asked, its voice gentle, guiding. The dream is not separate from you. It is you. And the more you embrace the song, the more you allow others to hear it, the more the tapestry grows. It's not about control. It's about connection. It's about harmony. I nodded slowly, my heart swelling with the enormity of the truth. The path ahead was not just mine. It was a path for all of us. Every dreamer, every creator, had a place in this infinite tapestry. And the more we shared our songs, the more we joined together, the richer the world became. I took a deep breath, feeling the pulse of creation move through me. The song, the dream, it was alive, and it was calling to me, calling to all of us. We were all part of it, and it was waiting for us to embrace it. The world around me began to shift again, this time in a way that felt deliberate, purposeful. The paths I saw in the tapestry, the threads of light and energy, grew brighter, more defined, as if the dreamers were starting to awaken. I could feel them, their presence vibrating through the air, their songs echoing through the threads of the tapestry. Some were faint, hesitant, still unsure of their place in the song. But others were strong, vibrant, their melodies rising to meet the rhythm of the world. They are waking, the figure said, its voice filled with quiet satisfaction. The dreamers are beginning to hear the song, and as they awaken, the world will shift again. The tapestry will grow even richer. I smiled. This was the next step. It wasn't just about creating a world for myself. It was about sharing the song with others, about inviting them to join the dance of creation. The more dreamers who awakened, the more the tapestry grew, the more the song would swell into something even more magnificent. I began to walk again, but this time I wasn't walking alone. As I moved, I could feel the threads of light reaching out to meet me, connecting with me, pulling me toward other dreamers. I wasn't just creating, I was weaving. I was adding my song to the larger chorus, and in turn, the world responded. The trees swayed with a deeper rhythm, the rivers sang with a stronger current, and the sky shifted, becoming even more vibrant, more alive. The world was not just a reflection of my thoughts. It was a reflection of all of us, the dreamers. And the more we added our voices to the song, the more the tapestry would grow. It was not a static thing, something to be completed. It was a living thing. A thing that would continue to evolve, to change, to grow, as long as we kept dreaming. The figure walked beside me, its presence now not just a reflection, but a companion in this journey. You are not just the dreamer, Shade, it said softly. You are part of the dream itself. The tapestry is as much a part of you as you are a part of it. And when you create, when you walk your path, you invite others to walk with you. I looked around me, the landscape now fully alive, pulsing with the energy of creation. The tapestry stretched in every direction, expanding outward, becoming more intricate with every step, every choice. The sky above was a canvas, the earth beneath my feet a foundation, and the dream, our song, was at the heart of it all. And as I walked, I realized that this was not the end. This was just the beginning of something far greater than I could ever have imagined. The tapestry was infinite, and so was the song. We would continue to create, to dream, to weave the threads of existence together. We would shape the world, and in doing so, we would shape ourselves. The dream was ours to share, and the world was ours to create. As I continued my journey, I began to sense something deeper, something that had always been present but had yet to fully reveal itself. The world, the tapestry, was not just something I was a part of. It was a reflection of my own inner landscape, of every choice I had made, every step I had taken. The more I walked, the more I realized that my path, my creation, was not separate from the world. It was a part of it. The tapestry, though vast, was intricately interconnected. Each thread, each dreamer, was woven into the fabric of the universe. The more I embraced this, the more I understood that the song of creation was not simply about crafting a world. It was about living it, experiencing it, and sharing it with others. I paused for a moment, letting the weight of that understanding settle into my heart. The figure, still beside me, seemed to sense my shift in awareness. "You are beginning to understand," it said softly, its voice a quiet hum that resonated with the very air around us. Creation is not just about the tangible, the visible. It is about the invisible threads that connect everything, the unspoken, the unseen. It is in those moments, those choices, that the true beauty of the song emerges. The world seemed to respond to the figure's words. The wind shifted, the trees swayed in time with the music that surrounded us, and the sky above us deepened, rich with new hues, like the final note of a symphony that had been played for eternity. The world was alive, not just with light and color, but with meaning. I looked around, my senses expanding, and realized that everything, the trees, the rivers, the stars, the flowers, was a part of this symphony. Every creation, every living being, was a note in this endless melody. But I was more than just a note. I was both the dreamer and the dreamed, the creator and the creation, woven together in an eternal dance. "What is the next step?" I asked, my voice carrying a sense of curiosity and wonder. The path ahead was unclear, and yet I could feel it calling to me, urging me to move forward. The figure beside me smiled, its eyes filled with quiet wisdom. "The next step is not to seek more creation, shade," it said. "It is to recognize what has already been created, what is already alive in this moment. The tapestry is vast, but it is already woven. You are simply a part of it, a part of the dream that has been unfolding for eternity." I stood still, feeling the weight of the figure's words. The tapestry, the song, it was already in motion. I didn't need to create more, to force more into existence. I simply needed to be with it, to embrace the flow of creation, to recognize my place in the infinite weave. The landscape around me began to shift once more, this time not in response to my thoughts or desires, but in response to something deeper, a natural unfolding, like the petals of a flower opening in the morning sun. The world seemed to breathe with me, not because I had willed it, but because I was in tune with it. The song, the dream, was unfolding naturally, and I was simply moving with it. "You don't have to force anything," the figure said, as though reading my thoughts. "Creation happens in every moment, in every breath, in every choice. And the more you allow yourself to move with it, the more the world will respond." I closed my eyes, letting the rhythm of the world wash over me. The quiet hum of creation, the song, was everywhere. I could feel it beneath my feet, in the air I breathed, in the very pulse of the ground itself. The world was alive with it, and as I stood in the center of it all, I felt a deep connection to everything around me. And then I heard it, a faint hum, distant but unmistakable, rising from the farthest reaches of the world. At first, it was almost imperceptible, a soft vibration, like a ripple moving through the fabric of the universe. But as I listened more closely, I realized that it was the sound of the dreamers. The others, the ones who had not yet awakened to the song, who were still wandering in the dark, unaware of the melody that surrounded them. "They are waiting," I whispered, my heart aching with the realization. "They can hear it, but they don't know it yet." "Yes," the figure replied. and they need to hear it, just as you once did. But they can only hear it when the song is shared. When the dreamers awaken, their songs join with ours, and the tapestry grows richer. I felt the pull, a deep desire to share the song, to reach out to those distant dreamers, to help them hear the melody that was already vibrating through the world. It wasn't about forcing them to wake up. It was about allowing them to recognize the song for what it was. It was about showing them that they, too, were part of this infinite dance. How do I help them hear it? I asked, my voice filled with urgency. How do I guide them to the song? The figure's smile was gentle, filled with understanding. You don't have to do anything, it said. The song is already inside them. All you have to do is walk the path shade. Continue to create, continue to move with the rhythm. And others will join. Your walk will become their path. Your song will become their melody. I felt a deep peace wash over me. The figure was right. The song was already alive within every dreamer. It wasn't something I could force. It was something they needed to recognize within themselves. And as long as I continued walking, continued creating, I would show them the way. I began to walk again, this time with a new understanding. The path ahead was not just mine. It was the path of the dreamers, the path of all those who had yet to awaken to their own song. And as I walked, I could feel the threads of connection between us, between me and every other soul whose song had yet to be heard. The world shifted, but this time, it wasn't just in response to me. It was in response to the awakening dreamers, those who were beginning to hear the song, beginning to add their voices to the symphony. The tapestry grew even more intricate, more beautiful, as their songs joined with mine. The dreamers were waking, and together we were weaving a world of infinite possibilities. The song of creation had grown louder, richer, and more intricate with every step I took, each note harmonizing with the movements of the dreamers. I had always believed that the world was something I created, something I shaped with my will, but now I understood. The world was not mine alone, it was ours. It was a vast, endless composition, a symphony that had no beginning or end, only an infinite series of notes that intertwined with one another, creating something far greater than any single voice could produce. As I moved, I could feel the presence of others, the dreamers who were beginning to awaken. I could hear the faint hum of their songs, rising from the distance, soft at first, but growing stronger as they connected with the rhythm of creation. The tapestry I had seen before, this vast, interconnected web of possibilities, was now expanding, stretching beyond the limits of my vision, becoming something even more complex, more beautiful. The path ahead was not a clear road, but a series of shifting steps, each one bringing me closer to those who had yet to hear the melody, yet to join the song. I could feel them, each one of them, scattered across the landscape of the dream, waiting for the moment when they would recognize their part in the symphony. I felt the weight of this knowledge pressing gently on my heart, not as a burden, but as a call to action. The dreamers are awakening, the figure beside me said, its voice soft and resonant. Their songs are joining the symphony. The more they hear, the richer the melody becomes. I looked around, feeling the pulse of the world beneath my feet. The trees swayed, the rivers sang, and the sky shimmered, reflecting the increasing harmony of the song. The more the dreamers awoke, the more vibrant the world became, like the colors of the landscape deepening with every note, every voice that joined the chorus. But I also felt something else, the presence of those who had yet to awaken, their threads faint, but still connected to the tapestry. I knew that as I moved, they would be drawn in, slowly but surely, until they too would add their voices. How do we bring them closer? I asked, turning to the figure. The figure's expression was calm, serene, and knowing. You don't have to do anything, it said. Just continue walking. Continue to create, continue to sing your song. When the time comes, they will hear it and they will find their way. The path is always open to them. All they have to do is listen. I closed my eyes for a moment, letting the truth of those words settle into my heart. The song was not something I could force upon anyone. It was a gift, an invitation, and the dreamers would come to it when they were ready. All I had to do was keep moving, keep creating, and keep sharing the song. And as I took another step, I felt the world respond. The air thickened with possibility, the very ground beneath me humming in tune with the song. The paths before me began to open, not as physical roads, but as spaces of light. Like corridors in the vast expanse of the dream, I saw the dreamers, some far off, some just beginning to stir, their voices faint but growing stronger. The light of their songs was beginning to shine, their melodies joining with mine in ways I couldn't yet comprehend. "Do you see?" the figure asked, its voice a quiet echo in the rhythm of the world. The dreamers are gathering, their songs weaving together. The tapestry is becoming even more intricate. The more voices, the more complex the harmony becomes. I watched, mesmerized, as the threads of light began to weave together, intertwining in a beautiful pattern. The dreamers were not just awakening, they were connecting, forming a collective harmony that reverberated through the landscape. The sky above seemed to shimmer with new colors, the earth below responding with every step, every choice. It wasn't just a solitary song anymore. It was a chorus, a gathering of voices, each one adding its unique melody, its unique rhythm to the symphony. And as the dreamers joined in, the world became something even greater. It wasn't just about creation, it was about unity, about the connection between us all. The song is endless, the figure continued, but it is also a circle, a dance. The dreamers create, and in turn, the dream shapes them. They are both the composers and the performers, and when they sing together, the dream becomes something more. A living, breathing entity. I felt a deep peace wash over me. The journey had never been about control, never about dominating the dream. It had been about connection, about listening to the song and letting it guide me, guide us all. The tapestry was no longer just something I created, it was something we all created together. The dream was not a fixed destination. It was a journey, an ongoing process of creation, of evolution, of infinite possibilities. I began to walk again, the paths before me opening wider, drawing me toward the gathering of dreamers. With every step, I felt the melody of their songs rise, intertwining with mine. The world responded, shifting and growing, blooming with new life and new colors. The dreamers were coming together, and the song had never been more vibrant. But just as the harmony seemed to reach its peak, I felt a subtle shift. The world, though beautiful and full of life, began to pulse with a new rhythm, a deeper vibration. I could sense a presence, a new energy, something that had been waiting, something that had always been a part of the dream, but had not yet fully revealed itself. "What is this?" I asked, my voice filled with curiosity. The figure beside me turned its gaze toward the horizon. "It is the next phase," it said softly. "The song has reached a new level. The dreamers are not just awakening. They are beginning to understand. They are ready to create not only with each other, but with the world itself. The tapestry will grow even more intricate. It will evolve." I felt the truth of the figure's words deep within me. The dream was no longer just about finding one's place in the song. It was about understanding the song. It was about creating with the world, with each other, in a way that transcended the individual and became something far greater. I walked forward, the path ahead growing clearer, the presence of the dreamers around me growing stronger. We were not just awakening, we were becoming. And as I moved, I could hear the song of the dreamers growing louder, richer, resonating through the world. The tapestry was no longer just a series of threads. It was a living, breathing composition, a dance of creation that stretched infinitely in every direction. The dreamers were no longer just part of the world. They were becoming the world. And as the music swelled, I knew that this was just the beginning. The world had shifted. The energy around me humming with a deeper vibration. The dreamers, those who had once been scattered, isolated in their own worlds, were now beginning to come together. I could feel their presence in the very fabric of the tapestry, their songs vibrating across the landscape, faint at first, but growing stronger with each passing moment. The path before me had grown clearer, illuminated not by a single light, but by the combined brilliance of many voices. The dreamers were awakening. They were no longer drifting in the shadows of the unknown, searching for their place in the world. They were finding it. I looked up at the sky, watching as the colors shifted and deepened, the clouds swirling in harmony with the song. The wind carried the melodies of the dreamers, each note adding depth to the music, creating an intricate pattern of light and sound. The earth beneath me responded, its pulse in sync with the rhythm of the dreamers' hearts. And as I walked forward, I could feel their songs drawing nearer. They were not distant anymore. They were coming together, like rivers converging into a vast, endless ocean. The tapestry was no longer just a collection of threads. It was becoming a living thing, a vast, intricate composition that stretched across all of existence. The figure walked beside me, its presence steady and unwavering. Its eyes reflected the same understanding, the same deep connection to the song of the world. "Do you see it?" the figure asked, its voice soft but resonant. The dreamers are not just waking up, they are beginning to understand the song. They are realizing that they are not separate from the dream, they are the dream. I nodded, my heart swelling with the realization. The dream was not a creation to be controlled. It was a collective effort, a shared experience that transcended individual desires. Each dreamer, with their unique voice, had added something to the world. And now, as they came together, their voices were merging into a singular, beautiful chorus. "What will happen now?" I asked, my voice filled with wonder. How will the song evolve when the dreamers awaken and understand their place in it? The figure's smile was knowing, full of quiet wisdom. The song will deepen. It will become richer, more layered. The dreamers will no longer just exist within the world. They will co-create with it. The tapestry will grow, and their understanding will shape it. The dreamers will become the dream, and the dream will become them. I felt a profound peace wash over me. I had been searching for a way to make the dreamers see, to force them to awaken. But the truth was, they were always ready. They just needed to realize that they were already part of the song. They didn't have to fight to belong. They just had to recognize their place in the symphony. I continued to walk, each step carrying me closer to the gathering of dreamers. I could feel them, their songs growing louder, more vibrant. I could see the threads of light stretching out from them, reaching toward me, toward each other, forming a network of connections. The tapestry was no longer a distant concept. It was right here, around me, vibrating with life. The path ahead began to change again, the landscape unfolding like a blooming flower. It wasn't just a world I was walking through anymore. It was a living, breathing creation. The trees whispered in time with the song, the rivers sang in harmony with the dreamers' hearts, and the sky above swirled in colors that danced with the rhythm of the world. I reached out, my hand brushing against the surface of a river. The moment my fingers touched the water, I felt a surge of energy, like a pulse running through the very core of the world. The water shimmered, its surface rippling in response to my touch, and I realized that this wasn't just a reflection of my movements. This was a reflection of the song itself, of the dream that was now shared by all dreamers. "They are ready," I whispered, my voice filled with awe. "The dreamers are ready to co-create with the world." The figure nodded. "They have always been ready. They just needed to awaken." And now, as they do, the dream will expand, becoming something greater than any of us could have imagined. The tapestry will weave itself, thread by thread, voice by voice, and as the dreamers awaken, they will realize that they are not separate from the song. They are the song. I smiled, a deep sense of understanding settling within me. The dream was never about creating a world and forcing others to see it. It was about sharing the dream, about allowing others to hear the song and adding their voices to the chorus. Together, we were creating something far more beautiful than I could have ever done alone. The landscape around me began to shimmer with new light, as though the world itself was awakening to the realization that the dreamers were no longer separate from it. The trees began to stretch toward the sky, their branches reaching out as if to embrace the new voices that were joining the song. The rivers flowed more freely, their waters sparkling with new life. The sky above seemed to hum with the energy of the dreamers' hearts, vibrating in tune with the infinite melody. "This is the beginning," the figure said, its voice filled with quiet reverence. "The dreamers are no longer just part of the world. They are the heart of it. The song will continue to grow, to evolve. And with every new dreamer who awakens, the tapestry will grow even more intricate, more beautiful." I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of those words settle into my soul. The dream was not a static thing, something that could be completed or finished. It was a living thing, constantly evolving, expanding with every new voice, every new dreamer. The tapestry would never be complete. It would always grow, always change, always move in harmony with the dreamers' hearts. And I realized as I walked forward into the vast unknown that this was the true meaning of creation. It wasn't about building something perfect. It was about becoming something together. The dreamers, the world, the song, we were all intertwined in an eternal dance, each of us contributing our unique voice to the symphony. The song was infinite, and so was the dream. The world around me was no longer simply a creation of my mind, nor was it solely a reflection of my actions. It had become a living, breathing entity, an evolving, ever-expanding symphony that pulsed with the heartbeats of all the dreamers, of every soul that had ever touched the song of creation. And as I walked forward, I could feel the weight of their presence, like a quiet hum beneath the surface of the world, calling me onward, inviting me to join in the next phase of this eternal journey. The tapestry stretched out in every direction, an intricate weave of light and energy, threads of color pulsing with each note in the song. I no longer saw it as a collection of disconnected threads, but as an interconnected, living web of dreams, each one contributing to the greater harmony. The dreamers were not just the ones I had walked with. They were scattered throughout the tapestry, their songs vibrating through the very air, woven together with mine in an eternal dance. I could feel the movement of their energy. Each note they played, each decision they made, rippling through the fabric of the world. The dreamers were waking, their songs rising from the quiet spaces where they had been dormant. Some were distant, their voices faint, but others were close, their melodies merging with mine, blending into the complex, harmonious symphony we were all creating together. "Can you hear it?" the figure beside me asked, its voice soft but resonant, like a chord that echoed through the world. I closed my eyes and listened. The world hummed with life, each part of it vibrating with energy. The trees swayed, the rivers sang, and the sky shimmered, all in time with the song. But beyond that, I could hear the dreamers, their voices joining the chorus, rising and falling like waves in an ocean. The tapestry was no longer just a passive reflection of our actions. It was a living, breathing entity, constantly shifting, constantly evolving. "This is the power of the dreamers," the figure continued. "Their voices don't just fill the world, they shape it. Each one adds their own unique melody, and when they come together, the song becomes something greater, something more profound." the tapestry becomes richer, deeper, and more beautiful. I felt a deep sense of connection wash over me. The more dreamers awoke, the more the world responded. It wasn't just that we were creating together. It was that we were all becoming the creation. The tapestry wasn't just a thing that existed in the world. It was the very fabric of existence itself, woven from the dreams, the choices, the hearts of all the dreamers who had come before me and all the ones who would come after. I began to move forward again, each step taken in time with the song, each thought contributing to the melody. As I walked, the world around me shifted, and I could see the dreamers. Some just beginning to stir, their voices quiet and hesitant. Others fully awake, their songs strong and vibrant, resonating with the rhythm of the universe. The threads of their songs wove through the tapestry, merging with mine in an ever-expanding web of creation. The sky above began to shift again, the clouds swirling and changing in time with the song, colors deepening, shifting from gold to violet to the softest shades of pink. The air around me felt alive, pulsing with the rhythm of the world. The ground beneath my feet shifted as well. The path ahead opening, not as a straight line, but as an endless spiral, a path that would continue to unfold forever. The song is infinite, the figure said, its voice resonating with the deep truth of its words. It is not a beginning or an end. It is a continuous dance, an eternal rhythm. As long as there are dreamers, the song will continue. And as long as the song plays, the world will continue to evolve, to grow, to create. I smiled, my heart light. The realization settled into my soul. Creation was not about a destination. It was about the journey, about the act of being part of something larger than myself, of being part of the infinite song of existence. There was no end to it. There was only the dance, the rhythm, the movement through time and space. And in that moment, I felt a deep, peaceful understanding. The dream was alive, not just in the moments of creation, but in every beat of the song. Each dreamer was a part of that song, contributing their unique voice to the eternal melody, and the song was never complete. It would continue to grow, to evolve, to deepen forever. Now you understand, the figure said, its voice filled with quiet satisfaction. The tapestry is not something to be finished. It is something to be lived. And as long as the dreamers continue to dream, the song will continue to grow. I nodded, the weight of those words settling within me. The song was not something I could control. It was something I was part of, something I could feel, alive, dynamic, ever changing. And with every new dreamer who awoke, every new voice that joined the chorus, the song would grow richer, deeper, more beautiful. I took another step forward, the world around me responding, shifting in time with the song. The dreamers were awakening, and the tapestry was expanding, becoming even more intricate, more connected. The path ahead was not a straight road, but a spiral, a journey that would continue endlessly, with every dreamer who walked it. And I knew, in that moment, that the dream would never stop. As long as there were dreamers, as long as there was creation, the song would continue, weaving us all together in an eternal, infinite dance. I felt the pulse of the world under my feet, a steady rhythm that reverberated through the earth and into my very bones. The song was no longer just a concept. It was the essence of the world, the heartbeat of existence itself. With every step I took, I felt the deep connection to the song grow stronger, like a thread woven through my soul. I wasn't just a part of the song. I was one with it. The tapestry around me shimmered, its threads intertwining and shifting in response to the dreamers who were awakening. I could feel their presence, faint but growing stronger with each passing moment. They were coming closer, their voices joining the song, each one adding a new layer of depth to the infinite melody. The tapestry was no longer a passive thing. It was alive, growing, evolving with every new voice that joined the chorus. The world was breathing, pulsing in time with the dreamers with us. I could see it now, not just as a collection of physical things, but as a living, breathing organism, its heartbeat resonating through every part of it. The trees swayed in time with the music, their leaves shimmering in the sunlight. The rivers sang their own songs, flowing in rhythm with the pulse of the earth. The sky above shimmered with colors that seemed to dance in time with the rhythm of the universe. The whole world was alive, vibrating with the energy of creation. The dream is infinite. The figure beside me said, its voice is calm and steady as ever. And it is not a thing that can be finished. It is a process, a living, breathing dance. The dreamers walk the path, and with every step they add to the song. They shape the world, and in turn the world shapes them. Together, we create something new, something beautiful, something eternal. I looked around, my heart swelling with understanding. The world was not a static thing to be completed. It was an ongoing, ever-evolving dance, and I was a part of it. The dreamers were a part of it. The song was all of us, woven together, shaping the tapestry with every thought, every breath, every choice we made. What happens when we reach the end of the path? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Is there an end to this journey? The figure smiled, its gaze far, reaching. There is no end to the path. The journey is eternal. As long as there are dreamers, as long as there is creation, the song will continue to grow. There is no final destination. There is only the dance, the creation, the becoming. Each step leads to the next, and the song evolves with each new note, each new voice, each new creation. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of those words. The realization settled deep within me. The journey was not about reaching a destination. It was about the journey itself. It was about the act of creation, the act of being part of something greater, something eternal. The song would never end. It would only grow, evolve, and change with each new dreamer who joined in. And I could feel them, the dreamers, scattered across the vastness of existence. Their songs faint but rising, their voices calling to the world. They were waiting for their moment, waiting to hear the song and join in. Some were already beginning to stir, their melodies blending with mine, becoming part of the ever-expanding chorus. Others were still distant, their voices faint, but they were coming. I could feel them. The dreamers are awakening, I said, my voice filled with anticipation. The figure nodded, its smile widening. Yes, they are waking up, shade. They are beginning to hear the song, to realize that they are part of it. And when they do, the tapestry will grow even more beautiful. The world will become even richer, more intricate, more alive. I smiled. I could feel the truth of those words deep within me. The dreamers were not isolated. They were part of the same symphony, the same song, the same tapestry. We were all connected, our songs woven together, each one adding its unique rhythm to the ever-expanding dance of creation. And so, I walked forward again, each step carrying me closer to the dreamers. The path ahead was not clear, but that didn't matter. It was the journey, the dance, that mattered. Each step was part of the eternal song, part of the ever-evolving tapestry that would never be finished. And with every step I took, I could feel the world responding, shifting, growing, becoming something new. The dreamers were awakening, and together we would continue to create. The song would never end. The path ahead seemed to stretch infinitely before me, no beginning, no end, just an endless spiral of possibility. The dreamers, those awakening voices scattered across the landscape of existence, were growing louder now, their songs weaving together in a dance that seemed to carry the rhythm of the universe itself. Each step I took was no longer just a movement forward. It was a step into the greater song, a deeper immersion into the ever-evolving melody of creation. The sky above shifted, rippling with new colors that seemed to pulse in time with the heartbeat of the dreamers. The air hummed with the energy of their voices, and as I walked, I could feel the earth beneath me vibrating with a quiet power. The world was responding, shaping itself, expanding in time with the song. The tapestry that had once seemed like a collection of separate threads was now an intricate, unified whole, its patterns unfolding, growing, as the dreamers added their voices to the mix. Do you feel it? The figure beside me asked, its voice steady and calm, carrying the weight of ages. I nodded, unable to find words for the depth of what I was experiencing. The world was alive. It was more than just a creation. It was a constant, ever-evolving process, and I was part of it. Every step I took, every thought I had, became a note in the infinite song. The tapestry wasn't just an abstract concept anymore. It was real. It was a living, breathing entity, and I was woven into it just as much as every other dreamer. The dreamers are waking. I whispered, as if to myself, but I knew the figure heard me. The tapestry is growing. But will it ever stop? No, the figure said softly. It can never stop, because the circle of creation is infinite. Each dreamer, each choice, each breath, it is a continuation. Creation is not linear, not something that has an end. It is cyclical, ever repeating, always evolving, always changing. Each new dreamer who awakens, each new voice added to the song, breathes new life into the tapestry, and the world continues to grow forever. I closed my eyes, letting those words settle into my soul. The realization that creation was a circle, not a line, was both humbling and exhilarating. The song would never reach an end point. It was a dance, a loop of infinite creation, where each note fed into the next. We, the dreamers, were not just creating the world, we were a part of the ongoing cycle of creation itself. And as the dreamers awakened, the figure continued, their understanding grows. They begin to see their connection to the world, to each other, and as they do, the tapestry becomes richer. The song becomes fuller, and with each new understanding, a new thread is added to the web of creation. It is a process that has been happening since the beginning, and it will continue long after we are gone. The weight of the figure's words sank into my heart, and with it came a sense of peace. We were not just individuals, separate from each other and from the world. We were interconnected, all of us, part of the same song, part of the same dance. The tapestry wasn't just something that existed outside of us. It was us, woven into every dream, every creation, every choice. The world was shaped by the dreamers, but it was also shaping us. The tapestry has no end, I said softly, my voice a quiet realization. It is a circle. It will continue forever. The figure nodded. Yes, the circle of creation is eternal. There is no beginning, no end, just the continuous cycle of dreams, of voices, of creation. And every new dreamer adds to the song until the melody expands beyond anything we can imagine. And when they come together, when they understand their place in the dance, the song becomes more beautiful than we could ever dream. I looked around, my eyes taking in the landscape, the world that seemed to shift and grow with every thought. The tapestry was alive, and I was part of it. We were all part of it. The world was vast, infinite, and it was growing, expanding in time with the dreamers. I could feel their presence in every corner of existence, their songs vibrating through the fabric of the universe, merging with mine, creating new patterns, new melodies. We are all part of the song, I whispered, a deep sense of connection flowing through me. And as long as we dream, it will continue to grow. Yes, the figure said, its voice warm with approval. The dreamers are the heart of the song, and as long as they continue to dream, the tapestry will keep evolving. Each dreamer adds a note, and the song expands. And when all the dreamers understand that they are part of the dance, part of the melody, the tapestry will become something more. It will become the world, and the world will become the dream. The figure's words resonated deep within me. The world wasn't just a reflection of our dreams. It was our dream. The dreamers, the creators, the ones who walked the path, they were the heartbeat of the universe, and together, we were weaving the song, the tapestry, the dream. The circle of creation was infinite, and as long as we continued to dream, it would grow and evolve, expanding into something greater than any of us could comprehend. I smiled, feeling the truth of it wash over me. There was no end, no final destination, just the infinite dance of creation, the ever-expanding song, and the dreamers who would continue to awaken, adding their voices to the chorus, making the world more beautiful with every note. The journey was eternal, and we would keep dancing. The dance of creation continued to pulse through every part of the world around me. The energy, the rhythm of the dreamers, now felt more connected, more synchronized. The world wasn't just shifting in response to my thoughts, my movements. It was now responding to the collective pulse of all those who had begun to awaken. The dreamers were rising from the silence, finding their place in the eternal melody, and with each one that joined in, the song grew. I felt it as I walked. Every step was no longer just a movement through space. It was a step into the vastness of the dream. The tapestry was not a place anymore, not an abstract concept of threads woven together. It was a living thing, expanding and breathing with every dreamer that added their unique song to the chorus. We were no longer creating in isolation. We were creating together. The figure beside me seemed to feel this shift, too. Its presence was not distant anymore, not just a guide or reflection of myself. It had become a companion in the journey of the dream. Together, we walked, but we were not just walking forward in space. We were walking through time itself, through layers of possibility that stretched beyond the horizon. "Do you see it?" the figure asked, its voice soft, almost a whisper. I turned my gaze forward, and what I saw was not just the path ahead, but the horizon itself. The world was stretching before me, expanding in every direction, and beyond it, I could feel the pulse of creation moving outward into realms beyond what I had ever imagined. The tapestry was no longer contained within the world I had known. It was infinite. The edges of existence were fading into the unknown, becoming part of the vast dream. A dream that was not bound by time, by space, or by limitations. The horizon before me was no longer a fixed point, but a gateway, a door opening into the infinite possibilities of creation. The dreamers were awakening not just in this world, but in others, in countless realities that stretched across the fabric of existence. And each one, with their awakening, was adding to the song, to the symphony that was becoming something greater than any one dreamer could imagine. "The horizon is not the end," the figure said, its voice filled with quiet wisdom. "It is the beginning. The song does not stop here. It stretches into the infinite, expanding with each dreamer who awakens, with each note that is added to the chorus. The more dreamers awaken, the more the song spreads. The tapestry is not limited by what we can see. It is infinite." I stood still for a moment, letting the truth of the figure's words settle deep into my being. The horizon was not a line to be crossed. It was a boundary that was constantly moving, constantly expanding as the dreamers added their voices to the infinite song. The tapestry was no longer confined by the edges of what I knew. It was stretching outward, into realms I had never even imagined, becoming something more vast, more beautiful, more complex than anything I had ever seen. The air around me began to shimmer, and the ground beneath me seemed to pulse with a deeper rhythm. The dreamers were not just awakening to this world. They were awakening to all worlds, to the infinite realities that existed beyond the physical. The dream, the song, the tapestry. They were not contained. They were a part of the endless, interconnected web of creation that stretched across time and space, across every possibility that had ever existed or ever would. "This is the true nature of the dream," the figure said, its voice low but clear. "It is not bound by what we see. It is an endless horizon of creation, where each dreamer adds their voice, and the song continues to grow. The tapestry is not a finished thing. It is an evolving, living creation, and it will continue to expand as long as there are dreamers to join in. I closed my eyes, feeling the pulse of the world around me. It was alive, connected to everything, every soul that had ever existed. The song was more than just music. It was the heartbeat of existence, a rhythm that connected us all, a dance that would continue forever. The horizon ahead was not a place I needed to reach. It was a symbol. It was the edge of possibility, the gateway to the unknown, to the infinite realms of creation that lay beyond the boundaries of what we could comprehend. And it was not something to fear. It was something to embrace. Every step I took, every choice I made, would add to the song, to the ever-expanding tapestry of creation. I smiled, the weight of the universe settling gently within me. There was no end to this journey, no finish line to cross. The horizon was infinite, and the dream would never stop. "Are you ready to walk into the unknown?" the figure asked, its voice gentle but filled with meaning. I nodded, my heart steady, my soul calm. "Yes," I whispered, "I am ready." And as I took the first step toward the horizon, I felt the world shift, the tapestry expand, and the song grow even richer. The dream was infinite, and I was part of it. We all were, and together we would continue the dance. The world around me continued to pulse, resonating with the endless rhythm of creation. Every step I took reverberated through the fabric of the dream, creating ripples in the tapestry that spread outwards, expanding the infinite horizon. I could feel the dreamers awakening, their voices resonating through the air, joining the symphony. The more they joined, the more the song deepened, the more intricate the tapestry became. With each step I took, the space before me seemed to shift, to fold and stretch. The horizon I had once seen as a boundary now felt like an open door, a threshold into an entirely new realm of possibilities. It wasn't a place that could be defined. It was something that simply was, always expanding, always evolving. The dreamers were no longer just in this world. They were spread across the fabric of all things, across time, across existence, across countless dimensions. And I was walking toward them, drawn to their presence, to their songs. The figure beside me walked silently, its presence like a steady pulse in the ever-expanding song. It didn't need to speak, not anymore. The understanding between us was complete. We were not separate from the dream, not separate from the song. We were part of it, and the more we moved, the more the world responded, the more the dream took shape. But now, as the horizon stretched ever outward, I could sense something else, something deeper. There was a quiet invitation in the air, a beckoning, as if the universe itself was calling me forward. I paused for a moment, feeling the pull of it. The air around me was still, but there was an undercurrent of something ancient, something vast, waiting just beyond the threshold. What lies beyond the horizon? I asked, my voice quiet, but filled with wonder. The figure stopped beside me, its gaze fixed on the ever-expanding expanse. "The horizon is not just a place," it said softly. "It is a symbol, a representation of the infinite potential of creation. What lies beyond it is not a destination. It is an evolution, a transformation of the dream, a continuous expansion into realms that we cannot yet comprehend. It is the next phase of the song, the next movement in the eternal dance." I stood there, taking in the weight of the figure's words. The horizon had once felt like the edge, the limit of what I could understand. But now I saw it differently. It wasn't an edge at all. It was a boundary that shifted, that expanded, with every new dreamer that awoke. The dream was always moving forward, always becoming something more, and I was part of it, just as every dreamer was. "Are we ready?" I asked, the question rising from my heart, not just as a curiosity, but as a deep, resonating truth. The figure's smile was warm, but it carried a sense of timelessness. "The dreamers are always ready," it said. "As long as they are awake, as long as they are part of the song. They are ready. The horizon will continue to expand, and the more we walk, the more we create, the more the tapestry grows. The only question is not whether we are ready, but whether we will embrace the endless possibilities that await us beyond the threshold. A deep sense of peace settled within me, mingled with the feeling of excitement, of anticipation. I didn't need to understand what lay beyond the horizon. The song itself, the dream, was enough. The dance was eternal. The tapestry would continue to grow as long as there were dreamers, as long as we continued to walk the path. I stepped forward, my foot meeting the ground with the rhythm of the song. And as I did, the world shifted once more. The horizon expanded outward, not as a boundary, but as an opening, a portal, a threshold into an infinite realm of possibility. I felt the shift within myself, a deepening of understanding. The world, the dream, was not something static, not something that could be confined by time or space. It was a living, breathing thing, always becoming, always evolving. The tapestry stretched beyond the physical world, beyond what I had known. It stretched into realms that were not defined by anything I could comprehend. Yet I could feel them. I could sense their presence, their songs, their rhythms, joining the great harmony of existence. And I knew, without a doubt, that I was not walking this path alone. The dreamers, those who had awakened, and those who were still to come, were all walking this path with me. We were all part of this great song, this eternal dance, and as we moved, we added to the creation. We wove the tapestry, we created the dream. The horizon before me was not an endpoint, but a beginning. A new chapter in the eternal dance of creation. And with each step forward, I knew that we, the dreamers, were creating something greater than we could ever have imagined. The path ahead was not just a journey, it was the song itself, and as long as we walked it, the dream would continue to evolve, to expand, to become. I took another step into the unknown, embracing the infinite possibilities that awaited me, that awaited us all, and together we would continue the dance. With each step I took into the unknown, the world around me seemed to dissolve and reform in ways that felt both unfamiliar and familiar, as if the fabric of reality itself was bending and stretching to accommodate the new phase of creation. The dreamers were awakening, not just in this world, but across all realms of existence, their songs joining the infinite refrain of the universe. The horizon I had once seen as the end had now become a vast, ever-expanding canvas. The deeper I moved into the dream, the more I realized that there was no end to it. The horizon was an illusion, a symbol, a gateway into something larger than anything I had ever comprehended. It is a circle, shade, the figure beside me said, its voice rich with timeless wisdom. The dream is not linear, nor is it something that has a fixed point of arrival. It is a living, breathing, ever-expanding symphony. And each note, each voice, each dreamer who awakens adds a new layer to the melody. I felt the words resonate deep within me, echoing through every fiber of my being. The song was alive. It was not something to be completed. It was something to be lived. The tapestry I had been weaving with the dreamers had no beginning, no end. It was a continuous dance of creation, an eternal process that would forever unfold. With every step, the landscape around me shifted, morphing into new forms, new shapes, new realities. The sky above pulsed with light, colors blending and swirling into infinite patterns. The ground beneath my feet was alive, breathing in rhythm with my movements, responding to the song that surged through me. And yet, with each new world that opened before me, I realized something deeper. I was not separate from the dream. I was the dream. The path ahead was no longer just a journey forward. It was a dance, a spiral that looped and swirled, drawing me deeper into the fabric of creation. Each step was a new note in the eternal refrain, and with each note, the world shifted and expanded. The dreamers were not merely spectators of this process. They were co-creators, their thoughts and actions weaving new layers into the song, shaping the universe with their every choice. Can you hear it? the figure asked, its tone filled with quiet wonder. I closed my eyes, listening intently. At first, there was nothing, only silence, an empty void. But then, slowly, I began to hear it. Faint at first, but growing clearer, the sound of countless voices, rising from the farthest reaches of existence, their songs blending together into a single, infinite refrain. The dreamers, each one adding their unique melody, their voice, to the great tapestry of the universe. I could hear them all. Dreamers across time, across dimensions, their songs ringing through the fabric of reality, creating waves of light and energy that rippled outwards. The more I listened, the more I realized that the dreamers were not just awakening, they were becoming the song itself. Their hearts beat in time with the rhythm of the universe, their choices adding to the melody, their dreams shaping the world. And as I stood there, at the edge of the infinite, I realized something profound. The dreamers had always been a part of the song. From the very beginning, they had woven the tapestry with their thoughts, their desires, their fears. They were the music and the silence, the rhythm and the pause. And now, as they awakened, they understood that the song was theirs to shape, to expand, to grow. "This is only the beginning," the figure said, as if reading my thoughts. "The dream is not something that ends. It is a circle, always looping, always expanding. And as long as there are dreamers, the song will continue to grow. You are part of it, Shade, just as the dreamers are part of it. Together, you are creating the refrain, the eternal dance that will never cease." I felt the truth of those words flood through me, and with it came a profound sense of peace. The horizon was not a place to reach. It was not a boundary, a fixed point. It was the path itself, an endless, infinite loop that wound through time and space, weaving the dreamers together in a shared dance of creation. And as long as we continued to dream, as long as we continued to awaken, the song would play on, growing richer and more beautiful with every note. I took another step forward, and as I did, the world around me shifted again, expanding into a new realm. The dreamers were everywhere, their songs blending, weaving together into a tapestry of infinite complexity. The sky above was alive, shifting in a kaleidoscope of colors, each one resonating with the rhythm of the universe. The earth beneath my feet was soft and warm, alive with the pulse of creation. "This is the dream," the figure said, its voice soft but filled with immense power. "It is not about the destination. It is about the becoming. The dreamers are always becoming. They are always part of the song, always weaving the tapestry, always contributing to the infinite melody. And the more they join in, the more the song becomes." I nodded, the weight of those words settling deep within me. The dream was not something to be controlled, nor was it something to be completed. It was a living, breathing entity forever growing, forever evolving. And I, along with the other dreamers, was part of that evolution. The horizon, once a distant goal, was now a never-ending path, stretching out into the infinite. And as I walked, I knew that the song would never end. It would continue to grow, to evolve, and with every step, we would add our voices, our dreams, our choices to the eternal refrain. And so, we continued the dance. Forever. As I continued to walk, the world around me seemed to shift and pulse in response to every thought, every step I took. The landscape was no longer a static thing. It was alive, constantly evolving, expanding with the song of the dreamers. Each note that was added to the tapestry of creation caused the world to resonate more deeply, more richly, as if the very fabric of existence were being woven into new patterns with every breath. The horizon, that once distant and unreachable line, had become an endless spiral. It wasn't something I could race toward or achieve. It was a constant, moving path that stretched outwards, an infinite cycle that invited me to walk within it, to dance with it, to become part of the rhythm. The tapestry was not a point to arrive at. It was a movement, an evolution, and I was both part of it and witness to its endless unfolding. I looked ahead, and I could see the dreamers. Thousands, millions, each one walking their own path, their songs rising in harmony with mine. They weren't isolated in their journeys. Their paths weren't separate from mine. They were threads woven into the same tapestry, their dreams echoing through time and space, each voice a unique note in the eternal refrain. And yet, I could feel the growing connection between us all. The more the dreamers awakened, the more the world expanded. I wasn't walking alone. None of us were. We were all a part of this endless spiral of creation, each of us adding our unique melodies to the song of existence. And with each new step, the tapestry became more intricate, more complex, more beautiful. The spiral is infinite, the figure beside me said, its voice a soft, steady hum in the air. It is not just a path, it is the song itself. Each dreamer who awakens, each choice that is made, adds a new layer to the music, and the world responds. The spiral is the dance of creation, a continuous movement of becoming. I looked down at my feet, feeling the ground shift with every step. It wasn't just earth beneath me. It was the very essence of the dream, pulsing with energy, vibrating in time with the rhythm of existence. The landscape around me responded, blooming with new colors, new shapes, as if the world itself were alive, constantly evolving, constantly becoming. But where does it lead? I asked, my voice filled with wonder. Where does the spiral take us? The figure smiled, its eyes filled with quiet knowing. The spiral does not lead to a specific destination, Shah. It is not about a goal or an end. The spiral is the dance of creation itself. It moves in infinite directions, each twist and turn a new possibility, a new potential for growth. The dreamers are always becoming, always creating, always expanding the tapestry with each new step. It is the very nature of the song. I felt the weight of those words deep within me. The dream was not something to be completed, nor was it something to be confined. It was an infinite journey, a constant process of creation and evolution. There was no destination. There was only the dance, the ongoing movement through time and space, the continuous expansion of the song. I closed my eyes for a moment, letting the rhythm of the world wash over me. The song was everywhere, beneath my feet, in the air around me, in the very fabric of existence. The more I listened, the more I felt it. The rhythm of the dreamers, the pulse of the world, the heartbeat of the song, it was all one. The spiral moves beyond time. The figure continued, its voice soft, almost reverent. It transcends the physical world. It connects every dreamer, every creation, across all realms of existence. The song is not bound by time or space. It moves through everything, and as long as there are dreamers, the spiral will continue to unfold, spiraling outward into infinity. I nodded slowly, the meaning of those words settling in. The spiral wasn't just about this world, this dream. It was about the infinite, about every possibility that had ever existed or would ever exist. The song of creation was not confined to a single place or time. It was a constant, ever expanding force that connected all things, all dreamers, all creations. And as I walked, the world around me seemed to shift in response, expanding outward, folding into new shapes, new realities. The dreamers' songs began to intertwine more deeply, merging and splitting, weaving in and out of each other. The tapestry was no longer just a web of threads. It was a living, breathing organism, a reflection of the eternal dance of creation. The spiral is not something you can control, the figure said, its voice resonating with a quiet wisdom. It is something you must embrace. It is the very nature of creation itself. You are not just walking the path. You are part of it. You are the rhythm. You are the song. I felt a deep peace settle over me. The idea of controlling the dream, of forcing it into a certain shape, had never felt right. It had always been about moving with it, embracing the flow of creation, understanding that there was no end, no final destination. The dream was infinite, and so was the dance. I took another step, and with it, the world seemed to unfold even further. The horizon expanded, not in a linear direction, but in every possible way. The world was not a single point on a map, it was the dance itself. The spiral, stretching outward into infinite realms. The more we embraced it, the more we created. I could feel the other dreamers with me, their songs blending, weaving together in an intricate harmony. We were all part of the same rhythm, the same spiral. And together, we were creating something greater than we could ever have imagined. The song was no longer just a collection of individual voices. It was a unified melody, a chorus that echoed through the very fabric of existence. The spiral was infinite. And as long as we continued to walk, to dream, to create, the dance would never end. The world, the dream, the song, it all began to feel more like an experience than something I could simply observe. The path ahead, the spiral that I had been walking, no longer seemed linear or even predictable. It was fluid, ever changing, shifting with every step, every thought, every dreamer that joined the symphony. The horizon, which had once seemed distant, now pulsed with an intensity I had never imagined, constantly stretching out, expanding with each new beat of the song. I could feel the pull of it. The rhythm of the universe, the heartbeat of the world, was like an invisible force drawing me deeper, guiding me onward, as if the path itself were alive. The dreamers, those who had already awakened, and those who were still to come, were scattered throughout this ever-changing landscape, their songs rising and falling, intertwining in a continuous dance. The air around me hummed with life. It was not just the wind or the sound of nature. It was the song itself, resonating in every part of the world, vibrating through the trees, the rivers, the very earth beneath my feet. Every dreamer, every creation, every choice, they were all part of it. And with each new step, I could feel the tapestry shifting, growing, expanding in ways that were too vast to comprehend. Can you hear it? The figure beside me asked again, its voice a soft melody that seemed to echo in the distance. I closed my eyes and listened. At first, there was only the familiar hum of the world, the soft sound of the song playing in the background of my thoughts. But as I focused, the melody began to deepen. It was like a river, flowing gently at first, then swelling into something grander, something more intricate. The voices of the dreamers had become more distinct, their songs clearer, weaving together into a rich tapestry of sound. The threads of creation were tightening, connecting in ways that had never happened before. The song was growing, not just in volume or complexity, but in depth. I could hear their voices more clearly now. The dreamers were not just walking their own paths. Their songs were intersecting, blending in harmony, building off one another, creating something larger, something greater than any single dreamer could create alone. The tapestry was no longer a simple web of threads. It was a living, breathing entity, stretching across all realms of existence. The horizon is not the edge, the figure said, its voice like a whisper in the wind. It is an opening, a portal into more, into possibility. As long as there are dreamers, the horizon will continue to expand. It will never end. Each new voice, each new song, adds to the dance, deepens the tapestry. The song is infinite because the dream is infinite. I felt a surge of understanding wash over me. The horizon was not a boundary. It was a threshold, an ever-expanding door that opened into endless possibilities. It wasn't just the landscape that was shifting. It was everything, the very nature of creation itself, constantly evolving, constantly becoming something new. Each step we took, every choice, every thought, added to the song. It wasn't just about the future or the past. It was about the now. The infinite present, where creation was happening, where the dreamers were weaving the tapestry together. The world around me seemed to vibrate with this truth. The colors of the sky deepened, swirling in patterns that defied description. The trees, the rivers, the mountains, all of it seemed to bend and stretch in time with the rhythm of the song, creating new forms, new shapes, new realities. The more the dreamers awoke, the more the world expanded. I could feel it, the shift in the dreamers' consciousness. They were no longer walking alone. They were connecting, merging. The song was no longer an individual note, it was a choir, a symphony. Each dreamer's voice added something unique, something essential to the song. And together, we were creating a reality that was richer, deeper, and more beautiful than any of us could have imagined. We are all part of it, I said softly, the words feeling like a truth I had always known, but never fully understood until now. The figure smiled, its eyes reflecting the dance of the dreamers, the endless flow of creation. Yes, Shade, we are all part of it. Every dreamer, every voice, every song, it is the dance of creation. And as long as the dreamers continue to dream, the horizon will expand. The dream will continue, forever unfolding, forever becoming something new. There is no end to it. There is only the journey, the song, the now. I smiled, feeling the weight of those words sink into my soul. The horizon was not the destination. It was the dance itself, the infinite, eternal process of creation. And as long as there were dreamers, as long as we continued to awaken and contribute our voices to the song, the tapestry would continue to grow, forever expanding into the unknown. The path ahead was not a straight road, not a fixed destination. It was a spiral, a dance that would continue infinitely, weaving through time and space, through realms beyond our comprehension. And in that moment, I knew with certainty the dream was eternal. And so I stepped forward, embracing the unknown, embracing the infinite dance of creation, knowing that no matter where the path took me, it was part of the journey, part of the song. Together, we would keep dancing. The world around me had grown deeper, richer, more complex with every step I took, each note I added to the symphony of creation. The horizon, once an idea of a far-off goal, had long since blurred into an infinite continuum, a constant flow of unfolding possibilities. The path was not about moving towards something. It was about becoming, about dancing in time with the eternal rhythm that connected all things. I felt the dreamers with me. So many voices now, their songs rising and falling, merging into one collective hum that echoed through the fabric of existence. It wasn't just that they were becoming part of the song. They were shaping the song. Their choices, their dreams, their desires were the notes that made the music, and the music was alive. The earth beneath my feet was no longer solid in the way I once understood. It pulsed with the rhythm of the song, the very ground vibrating with energy, responding to the dreamers as their voices added new layers to the tapestry of creation. The sky above shimmered with a depth I had never before witnessed, colors shifting in ways that were both familiar and otherworldly. Every shape, every form in the landscape seemed to breathe in time with the melody, expanding, evolving, becoming something greater. "Do you feel it?" the figure beside me asked, its voice resonating with the same rhythmic pulse as the world around us. I nodded slowly, closing my eyes for a moment to truly focus. The energy was palpable, vibrating not only in the air, but in the very depths of my being. I felt the presence of the dreamers as though they were not distant, scattered across the landscape, but here, woven into the world, into the song. Every step they took reverberated through the fabric of the dream, each thought, each intention, sending ripples of creation across the universe. They were not passive. They were co-creators, shaping the world with every decision, every choice. "They are not just adding to the song," I said softly, the realization settling deeply in my heart. "They are becoming the song." The figure smiled, its expression warm and knowing. "Yes, Shade. They are the song. The song is not something external to them. It is within them. Each dreamer is a note in the melody, but the melody is also part of them. The tapestry is not separate from the dreamers. It is the interplay of their voices, their dreams, their choices, shaping the world and shaping themselves. the more I stood still. Listening to the deep resonance of the song, the more I felt it. A deep, unshakable truth. The dreamers weren't creating something separate from themselves. They were part of the creation, woven into the tapestry as much as they were weaving it. The music, the song, the dream. It wasn't just about making something new. It was about becoming something greater, something infinite together. The more they awaken, the figure continued, the more the song converges. The dreamers are not isolated in their songs. Their voices are joining, becoming one melody, one rhythm, one chorus. The tapestry will grow even richer as their voices converge, as their understanding deepens. And when all the dreamers come together in harmony, the song will become something beyond what we can even imagine. I could feel it, the convergence. The voices of the dreamers, once separate, were now beginning to merge, to harmonize in a way that I could sense in every part of the world. The song wasn't just a series of individual voices anymore. It was a choir, each note vibrating in perfect unity with the others, weaving together into something greater than the sum of its parts. The landscape shifted again. The trees, the rivers, the mountains, and the sky all began to pulse with a new rhythm, a new energy. It was as if the entire world was moving in time with the dreamers' hearts, a collective heartbeat that resonated through every living thing. The tapestry was no longer just growing, it was expanding, becoming a unified whole that stretched beyond the limits of what we could perceive. This is the power of the convergence, the figure said softly, its voice filled with reverence. The dreamers are no longer just creating in isolation. They are merging their songs, joining their hearts, becoming part of the eternal rhythm. And as their voices converge, the tapestry will reach new heights, new depths. The song will echo across all realms, across time and space, into eternity. I felt my own heartbeat sync with the rhythm of the world, and I realized that I too was part of the convergence. My voice, my song, was woven into the greater harmony. And just as the dreamers were awakening and joining the song, so too was the world awakening to its full potential. We were not just in the song, we were becoming the song. And with every note, the tapestry expanded. With every voice, the song grew deeper, richer, more resonant. The dreamers were not just participating in the creation, they were the creation, and together, we were shaping the world into something far greater than we could have imagined. I took a step forward, and as I did, I felt the world move with me. The convergence was not something that would end. It was an ongoing process, an infinite expansion, a continuous becoming. And as I moved, I could hear the voices of the dreamers joining together, the melody of creation filling the air, filling my soul, filling every part of the world. We were not alone in this. We were together, and together, we would create something infinite. The rhythm of the song around me deepened, expanding as more voices joined, creating a vast, harmonious melody that resonated through the very fabric of existence. I felt it everywhere. In the air, in the ground, in the sky. The dreamers were awakening in ways that were no longer subtle. Their songs were rising in unison, building upon each other, blending into one infinite chorus that echoed across time and space. The horizon I had once seen as distant was now a living, breathing entity, an ever-shifting boundary that expanded outward as the dreamers added their voices to the song. Every step I took was not just a journey forward. It was a step in the rhythm of the universe, a part of the unfolding dance of creation that would never stop. And as I walked, I realized that I was not alone in this dance. The chorus is growing. I whispered to myself, feeling the truth resonate in my chest.
Yes.
The figure beside me said, its voice filled with reverence and wonder. The convergence of voices has begun. The dreamers are no longer isolated. They are merging into one eternal song, one infinite chorus that spans all realms, all dimensions. The tapestry is no longer something to be shaped. It is becoming the very heart of creation itself. The world around us seemed to swell in response to those words. The sky above shimmered with new colors, deep blues and purples intertwining with the brightest golds, swirling in time with the rising melody. The air thickened, vibrating with the energy of the dreamers, as if the very atmosphere was charged with possibility. The land beneath us was alive, moving, growing, its pulse sensing with the ever-expanding song of creation. I looked around, feeling the presence of the dreamers, their songs rising higher, blending with mine, with the figure beside me, with the world itself. The tapestry was no longer just a collection of threads. It was alive, each thread a part of the great song, each note a pulse in the heart of creation. The dreamers were no longer just part of the world, they were the world. The convergence is not just a joining of voices, I said softly, my voice filled with awe. It is the merging of everything, the tapestry, the dream, the song, it's all one. The figure smiled, its eyes glowing with the same understanding that was blossoming within me. Exactly. The dreamers are becoming part of the world they create. As they awaken and add their voices to the song, they are the song. The world does not exist outside of them. It exists because of them, because they are the dreamers, the creators, the dancers. The song is not something that can be separated from them. They are the melody, and the melody is them. I closed my eyes, letting the deep truth of those words sink in. I could feel it. Every breath, every step I took, every thought I had was a part of the song. The song that was now becoming more than just a creation. It was the heartbeat of the universe. The rhythm that connected everything. I wasn't just walking in the dream anymore. I was one with it. I was the song, the melody, the rhythm. And as I moved, the world moved with me, expanding, evolving in perfect harmony with the collective pulse of the dreamers. The dreamers were converging, and with every voice that joined, the song grew richer, more complex. It wasn't just a group of separate notes anymore. It was a core, each voice distinct, yet harmonizing perfectly, creating something far greater than any individual part could achieve. Together, the dreamers were weaving the tapestry of creation, and with every new voice, the universe itself became more alive. The dream is no longer something to shape. The figure said, its voice soft, its words filled with quiet power. It is something to be lived. The song is not something external to the dreamers. It is within them. It always has been. And now, as they awaken, they realize that they are the song. The world is shaped by them. But they are also shaped by the world. The convergence of voices is the very essence of creation. I smiled, my heart swelling with the truth of those words. The dreamers were no longer walking separate paths. Their voices were no longer distinct, separate melodies. They were merging into one unified song, one eternal rhythm that echoed through the fabric of existence. And I, too, was part of that song. We are becoming the song, I whispered, the understanding settling into my soul like a steady pulse. Yes, the figure said, its voice filled with quiet pride. And as you become the song, Shade, you will see that there is no end to it. The dance will continue. The tapestry will grow. The dream will unfold infinitely because the song is eternal. I closed my eyes again, feeling the song swirling around me, becoming part of me, part of the universe. The dream was no longer a thing to be created. It was a thing to be experienced. A dance of infinite possibilities, of voices joining in harmony, weaving the tapestry of creation. The horizon was no longer an end. It was a continuum, a never-ending spiral that would expand forever, as long as the dreamers continued to awaken, continued to add their voices to the eternal song. And with each new voice, each new step, the dance would grow. Together, we were the song, and together, we would continue to dance. The world around me vibrated with an energy that I could no longer ignore. Every particle, every element, resonated in harmony with the song of the dreamers. The world was no longer just a landscape, a series of disconnected points in time and space. It had become a living entity, a fluid, dynamic tapestry woven by the dreamers' voices, growing deeper with every heartbeat, every breath. The horizon, once and ever expanding point, had dissolved into something more, something beyond the limits of what I had known. It was no longer a fixed boundary. It was a portal, an ever-shifting doorway into realms of possibility that stretched far beyond the realms I had already explored. There was no limit. There was no end. There was only the eternal, infinite expansion of creation as the dreamers continued to awaken, their voices joining in the cosmic symphony. "Do you see it, Shade?" the figure asked, its voice carrying a resonance that seemed to ripple through the very fabric of existence. I paused, my gaze drawn forward. The sky above was alive with colors, shimmering hues of blue, violet, gold, and green swirling together in patterns that defied all logic, all reasoning. The ground beneath my feet was no longer just earth. It was a fabric of energy, shifting and pulsating with the beat of the song. And beyond it, the horizon had opened up completely, expanding outward into infinity. I could feel the presence of the dreamers with me, but they weren't just here in this world. They were everywhere. Their songs had interwoven with the rhythm of the universe itself, stretching across time, across dimensions, across realms that I could no longer even fathom. The song was no longer confined to the physical world. It had broken free and now spanned all of existence. "The dreamers are awakening," I said, a sense of wonder filling my voice. "And the tapestry is expanding into realms beyond this one." "Yes," the figure replied, its tone resonating with deep understanding. "What you see is the unfolding of the infinite." As the dreamers awaken, the song continues to weave its way through time and space. The tapestry is no longer just of this world. It is of all worlds, all dimensions, all possible realities. The dreamers are not limited by the physical. They are part of something far greater, something beyond time itself. I stood still, feeling the weight of those words settle into my soul. The dream was not bound by space, by time, or by form. It was an eternal unfolding, a continuous process of creation that stretched out across the vast expanse of all things. The horizon wasn't something to cross. It was something that expanded with each new voice, with each new dreamer that awakened. "The tapestry is no longer finite," I said softly, the realization flooding through me. "It is infinite. And as we awaken, we are not just creating this world. We are creating everything, every realm, every possibility. We are part of the infinite." "Exactly," the figure said, its voice filled with quiet reverence. "The dreamers are not limited to a single reality. The song, the tapestry, stretches through all realms, all dimensions, all possibilities. It is a multiverse of creation. And as the dreamers awaken, they begin to see that they are not just part of a single world. They are part of the eternal dance of creation that spans across all realms." I closed my eyes for a moment, allowing myself to fully take in the depth of the figure's words. The dream, the tapestry, the song, it wasn't something that belonged to any one person, to any one reality. It was an interwoven force that stretched across all that was and ever would be. The dreamers were not creating in isolation. They were creating in harmony, in unison, across all worlds, all possibilities. The dreamers are awakening, not just in this world, the figure continued, but across all realms. Every reality is part of the song, and the more they awaken, the more the tapestry expands, the more the song becomes, becoming infinite in its scope. The realms you see, the worlds you experience, they are but fragments of the larger tapestry. The more you awaken, the more you understand that all creation is part of the infinite dance. I felt a profound sense of unity wash over me. The realization that I, and all the dreamers, were part of something far greater than I had ever imagined. Something that existed beyond time and space was overwhelming. We were not just creating this world. We were creating everything. Every realm, every world, every reality was an extension of the song, an echo of the dreamer's voices, woven together in perfect harmony. The horizon is not the limit, I whispered. It is the path to infinity. Yes, the figure said, its voice a soft echo in the vastness of creation. And as long as the dreamers continue to awaken, the tapestry will continue to expand. There is no end to this dance, no final destination. There is only the eternal unfolding of creation. The infinite expansion of the song, the tapestry growing ever richer, ever more beautiful with every new voice, every new dreamer. The landscape around me seemed to hum with energy. The sky shimmered, the ground beneath me pulsed in rhythm with the song. The dreamers were no longer just voices in a far-off distance. They were here, woven into the fabric of reality itself. We were all part of this dance, part of the eternal song, and as long as we continued to awaken, to dream, to create, the tapestry would keep unfolding, forever expanding into realms beyond imagination. I took another step forward, my heart full of peace, full of understanding. The journey had no destination. The horizon wasn't something to reach. It was something to embrace, something that would continue to expand as long as the dreamers dreamed. We were all part of the infinite song, and together we would continue the dance. The tapestry would never stop, and neither would the dream. As I took another step into the infinite, I felt a new energy ripple through me, a deeper connection to the dreamers, to the world, to the very pulse of creation. The song was no longer something that I merely experienced. It was now a part of me, entwined with every thought, every movement. My heart beat in rhythm with the song of existence. My breath was the breath of creation. My every step a note in the eternal refrain that stretched across all realms, all dimensions. I looked around, and the landscape had changed again. It was no longer a single world I saw, but an ever-shifting multitude of realities, each one a reflection of the song, of the dreamers' voices, intertwining with one another like threads in a cosmic tapestry. I could feel the dreamers, all of them, stretching across the infinite, their voices echoing through the realms, each one adding to the melody, to the harmony. The song was no longer confined to a single place. It was everywhere, in the air, in the ground, in the sky, in the very core of existence. The chorus is growing, I whispered to myself, feeling the energy of the dreamers awakening surge through me. Yes, the figure beside me replied, its voice a soft, resonant hum that vibrated with the pulse of creation. The chorus is boundless. Every dreamer, every voice, every choice they make becomes part of the song, and as the chorus grows, the song becomes more profound, more beautiful. The tapestry grows richer, deeper as every voice contributes its unique melody. I closed my eyes, surrendering to the harmony that surrounded me. The more I listened, the more I felt the immense power of the dreamers, their collective voices weaving together in perfect unity. The song wasn't just heard anymore. It was felt, lived, breathed by every dreamer. It was alive in each of us, and as we added our voices to it, we brought new layers, new dimensions to the eternal dance of creation. The dreamers are not just waking, I said, my voice reverberating with a new understanding. They are becoming the song itself. The tapestry is not something that exists separate from them. It is them. They are part of the fabric, part of the melody. Yes, the figure affirmed, its presence radiating warmth and quiet pride. The dreamers have always been part of it. But now, as they awaken, they realize that they are not merely observers of the dream. They are the creators, and in their awakening, they are shaping the dream, the song, the tapestry, expanding it beyond what we once imagined. The world around me swirled with possibilities, each reality stretching out like a ribbon of light, all of them pulsing with the rhythm of the song. The dreamers were everywhere, their voices joining together in a single infinite chorus. The song was not a collection of disconnected melodies. It was one grand, unified sound that resonated across time and space, across every possible reality. I reached out my hand, and as I did, the world seemed to respond. The ground beneath me hummed with energy, the sky above rippling with colors that shifted in time with the music. The landscape was no longer just a reflection of the dreamers' voices. It was shaped by them, created by their songs. Each voice added new notes, new chords, weaving them into the tapestry, transforming the world in ways that were beyond comprehension. The tapestry is not just about what we create, I said, my voice filled with awe. It is about how we live within it, how we dance with it. Every dreamer is part of this dance. Every note, every choice is part of the eternal song. The figure beside me nodded, its gaze far, reaching, filled with understanding. Exactly. The dreamers are not separate from the tapestry. They are the living part of it. The tapestry, the song, is always evolving. And every step, every note, every choice adds to the music, making it more intricate, more beautiful. And as they wake, they begin to see that they are not just creating. They are becoming the very fabric of existence. I stood still for a moment, overwhelmed by the beauty of it all. The dream was no longer something I had to fight for, something I had to shape. It was already happening, already unfolding, and I was simply part of it. We all were. We're the song, I said, finally grasping the magnitude of it. The dreamers are the heartbeat of the universe, and as long as we continue to dream, the song will never end. No, the figure replied, its voice filled with a sense of finality and clarity. The song will never end. It will only grow deeper, richer, more expansive. As long as there are dreamers to add their voices, the tapestry will continue to unfold, and the world will continue to evolve. The dance will never stop. It is infinite. Just as the dreamers are infinite. I smiled, the weight of those words filling me with a deep, unshakable peace. The horizon was no longer a distant goal. It was not a place to be reached, but an invitation to continue. It was a symbol of the infinite potential that lay before us, before all dreamers, forever. The dreamers were not bound by time or space. They were part of the infinite chorus that wove through all realms, all possibilities. The tapestry would continue to grow, to evolve, to expand. I took another step, and with it, the world responded. The chorus grew louder, richer, more vibrant. The song of creation pulsed through me, through all of us. And as we walked, the dance continued, weaving the dream into something greater, something infinite. Together, we were the song, and the song would never end. The infinite chorus of creation swelled around me, its pulse steady and resonant, vibrating through the very core of existence. Every beat of the song echoed not just in the world, but in my heart, in my breath, in the deepest parts of my being. The dreamers, those who had awakened and those still to come, were not just part of the song. They were the song. I could feel it now, the deep connection between all of us. The thread that bound us together, not just across space, but across time. The dream was no longer something I merely existed within. I was part of it, woven into the fabric of all that was, all that is, and all that would ever be. The horizon, once a distant, unreachable boundary, had now dissolved entirely. It was no longer something to reach for, but something to experience. An eternal expansion, a never-ending path that wove through infinite possibilities. There was no final destination, no end to the journey. It was a continual unfolding, a spiral that circled forever, reaching deeper into the unknown with each new step. Do you see it now? The figure asked, its voice filled with a quiet joy, a warmth that resonated through the song. I looked ahead, and what I saw was both familiar and new. The tapestry of existence stretched before me in a shimmering array of light and color, weaving and interlacing, pulsing with the rhythm of the dreamers' voices. Each note added a new layer to the world, expanding it in directions that I could never have imagined. The dreamers' voices, our voices, were not separate. They were becoming one unified melody, an infinite thread that wove through everything, connecting all realms, all realities, all dimensions. The tapestry is no longer just a collection of threads, I said, my voice filled with awe, my eyes wide with understanding. It is alive. It is becoming something greater, something beyond what we could have imagined. Exactly. The figure said, its voice steady and serene. The tapestry is no longer a fixed thing. It is not a web to be completed. It is a living, breathing organism, ever expanding, ever evolving. The dreamers are no longer just participants in this creation. They are the creation. They are not only shaping the world, they are the very rhythm that drives it, the melody that moves it forward. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the truth of those words sink deep into my soul. The dreamers, every one of them, past, present, and future, were part of this infinite weave. We were all creating and being created in a continuous dance of life and transformation. The tapestry was not a single reality. It was the sum of all possibilities, all realities, all worlds that could ever exist. It was an ever-growing organism, a continuous cycle of creation, and at its heart was the song, the eternal rhythm that connected all things. And as long as we dream, I whispered, the tapestry will continue to grow. Yes, the figure said, its voice soft but filled with quiet power. As long as the dreamers awaken, as long as they contribute their voices, the tapestry will continue to unfold, weaving new realms, new realities, new possibilities into the great song of creation. There is no end to it. There is only the eternal expansion. I felt the truth of it with every fiber of my being. There was no end, no final goal. There was only the process, the continuous journey of becoming. The tapestry, the song, was a living, evolving entity, and each dreamer who added their voice was a new note in that endless melody. What happens when all the dreamers awaken? I asked, my voice a quiet curiosity. The figure looked at me with deep understanding, its eyes filled with timeless wisdom. When all the dreamers awaken, it said, the song will reach its highest harmony, its fullest depth. The tapestry will expand into realms unimaginable, becoming something beyond even our comprehension. The dreamers will no longer see themselves as separate from the world. They will see that they are the world. The tapestry will no longer be woven by their hands alone. It will become them, and they will become it. I stood still for a moment, letting the weight of those words fill me, the enormity of what they meant sinking into my soul. The dream was not just about waking up. It was about becoming the dream, becoming the song, becoming the tapestry itself. There was no separation between the dreamers and the dream. It was an interconnected web of creation, with no clear beginning or end, only an endless, ever-expanding dance of life. I felt the song resonate deep within me, each note vibrating through my soul, through my body, through the very essence of who I was. I was no longer an observer. I was part of the dance, part of the song, part of the eternal weave of creation. We are the dream, I said softly, my voice filled with wonder. We are the song. We are the tapestry. The figure nodded, its expression filled with quiet approval. Yes, Shade, you have always been part of it. All of the dreamers have been. And now, as you awaken, as you embrace the song, you see that you are not separate from the world. You are the world, the tapestry, the dream, the song. It is all one. The realization hit me with the force of a tidal wave. There was no separation. We were not just walking the path of creation. We were creation. We were the dreamers, the creators, the dancers, and the song itself. The tapestry wasn't something to be woven. It was something to live, to become. I took another step forward, and as I did, the world expanded with me. The horizon stretched further, not as a limit, but as an invitation to keep creating, to keep dancing, to keep dreaming. There was no end to it. There was no boundary. There was only the infinite, the eternal dance of creation that we, the dreamers, were a part of. The tapestry would never stop, and neither would we.